was just playing this briefly to get a thumbnail for this, because I'm back and I'm picking up where I left off. I was doing this up till like almost 3:30 last night. It's almost 2:30 p.m. today, and you know, normally on a day like this where I'm just kind of like I've slept nice through the night, but I've just woken up, I'd kind of just play GTA or something for a while, kind of wake me up and live stream that. So, I mean, I figured I'll probably be live streaming anyway, so I might as well pick up where I left off. I got through this is the playlist I've been going through. And for those that didn't see my live stream last night, there's been recent developments in the Joanna Lopez situation here on Reddit. And someone made a post where they included that there was comments that people left, like this one. They were saying that people actually remembered seeing things like this when they were kids, presumably around the time that the Joanna Lopez missing persons banner came up. Yeah, and like here's another one. And the implication is that this was at least a somewhat regularly occurring thing. So I've been going through all these old TV sign-off things, trying to focus it in on mostly the 1980s during that time when this was most common and in close proximity to when this Joanna Lopez thing initially showed up. So I've been going through this playlist, which I have to give credit. No Filter, the YouTube channel, has made this playlist. There's almost 1,500 videos on here. I went through 300 of them last night. I literally got to video 300 and then briefly lost my internet, thanks Xfinity. And it was fine because I was getting real tired. But all these that you're seeing here, these are what I went through last night. Again, up through 300. So yeah, this was the last one I did right here. So I'm going to pick up here. Now, I'm doing it, filming off my actual big TV here because, well, it's bigger. You'll see more detail. So I need to get that all set up, get up into the YouTube sphere, and this has been bugging me all night, telling me my batteries are low, which is fine. And god dang it, you hear that? There's like, I watched sports highlights, and the audio has started syncing into the app. Yeah, here we go. TV sign off play. Why is Taylor Swift popping up? Yeah, see, there's 1,461 of these. Now, see, it just goes into football highlights. It's not a big deal because I can back out of it. Sam Houston and Incarnate, like what? Yeah, see, look, it's still on in the background. Anyway, let's try that again. That's just been happening randomly. Hello, hi. Sorry, I almost missed that. Those of you that have watched my live streams know that I'm atrocious at seeing the, oh man, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be scanning through this. Look at all the color bars, because I need to get to this point. Yeah. This is going to take a sweet minute. And yeah, see that red light's on. So there's a reason that's on. And that's been telling me that my batteries are extremely low, which is why, where did I put them? Oh, right here. I just went to Winco and bought a thing of AAA batteries. The only thing we really need AAAs for is this remote, but it seems like this thing likes to go through these real quick. God, this is going to be so difficult. I feel like I'm going to be doing this forever. And then imagine if I do like another 300 a day and I have to go like 600 deep into this playlist the next time I try. But I'm trying. I'm sticking around. I'm going for it. Okay, so for a second I'm just gonna get you. Apologize, a bit of a squeaky noise, but I'm getting you onto my selfie stick so that I can get you focused on the. Whoa, hey, easy batteries, and then we can kind of start getting the process of moving here. Okay, So that's pretty solid. And most of these are full screen images, so like they're mostly gonna be like right here, not stretching out to the outer limits. Okay. Oh yeah, this one I remember seeing like only halfway through, so apologies. It's all right. I have my probiotic beverage, which I got ginger colada on accident. I meant to get ginger lemon. Which, when I mentioned that I drink like ginger and lemon kombucha, I was astonished at the backlash I received. So anyway, yeah. So I'm trying to see if there's any possible correlating sign-offs that happened kind of around that time. I think I'm getting closer. And wait, did I just pass it? Hold on. Yeah, I did just pass it. Yeah, so this was number 300. So Sarasota, Florida. Yeah. So this is where we'd start. This is only 18 seconds long, so I'm expecting nothing. And I'm keeping the volume low, as you'll be able to tell. That's mostly because you're going to see the national anthem like so many times on this video. And I was getting real tired of hearing the national anthem last night. But yeah. So as I said, my purpose here is I'm just going through all of these old sign-offs to see if there's any, any other missing persons banners that might come up at the end of any of these broadcast day videos. Something that's, it's a little thing that's been hiding in plain sight. And because that would lend validity to these, and I'm not claiming that the people that said they saw these kind of missing persons posters regularly are deceptive in any way. I'm just trying to find evidence to back that. So even if at the end of going through all these I don't, like, it's not like I'm going to be like, well, I didn't find anything, so obviously they're lying, because that's what a dickhead says. Ah, I don't know. Maybe I just haven't adjusted my taste buds yet. That ginger colada is kind of goofy. I also love this when they would play movies on TV at the end of the night. They would, when it would end, they would include this thing, like the rating at the end. It was like obvious that they took these off of like old film reels. Limelight. Is this the channel? Oh yeah, Limelight movie. Oh, so this is like an old school movie channel. I guess based out of Omaha, or this was just the Omaha. FM simulcast. I'm wondering if that means, like, once they went to color bars, this was like radio playing. It's playing their elevator music. Doesn't look like anything of substance happens. It's just kind of going to be this. I mean, see, that's the thing is, like, in addition to, like, what I'm here to search for, there's an entertaining value to this in and of itself, going through all these old sign-offs and kind of seeing the way television used to be. I mean, somebody who wasn't born until around 2000, this would be, like, a whole other world to them. They'd be like, wait a minute, you mean TV stations used to, like, go off the air for a while? Yes, Gilbert, they did. And so, in the instance of this being a Joanna Lopez centric search, we're dealing with something where none of us knows exactly what this all means. None of us knows exactly, what the circumstances are surrounding this Joanna Lopez individual. If there's nothing, fake about this, if this is a real thing, which I believe it is personally, and I'll continue to believe that until I see evidence to the contrary, and there it's out. This is 1980, San Antonio and Austin sign off. And again, as I said last night, I don't really put a lot of credence in seeing missing persons banners at the end of PBS clips. I don't know why. I just don't feel. So, so again, as I was saying, if this Joanna Lopez thing is real, as I think it is, we're dealing with something wherein someone may very possibly have met with tragic circumstances, possibly a tragic end. And in that vein, a certain level of sensitivity is necessary. I'm pointing that out because I'm just going to say that there's a lot of kooky things that happen in these sign-offs, and there's a lot of things that make you laugh. And the more the live stream I did last night went on, the more kind of lighthearted I became about it. It was just kind of like chuckling and laughing about certain things. That is not to take the Joanna Lopez situation lightly. A lot of it is just trying to be loose and cool and relaxed as I'm sitting and watching these for hours. If I sat here being tense and serious the whole time, I'd probably snap after like an hour. Just so you know. Oh, okay. Color bars. So yeah, we got a Newark. Going back to Newark. Well, this is PBS again, so probably, yeah. Because I remember seeing a couple of these last night. Oh yeah, I saw the specific one last night. This is just from a different date, I would assume. Unless this person's saving doubles. I mean, I wouldn't even know because, like, a lot of these things were used. The same one was used every night, potentially for years on the same channel. WEB, okay, we got a New York one. Sign off with morning message and national. Yeah, here we go. This is something else that I didn't really know because I haven't really looked into this for a long time. But a lot of these sign offs back in the 80s, I think even into the 90s, they would, right before they would sign off for the day, they would have this like little sermon. They'd have a preacher of some kind come on and talk to you about, probably Christian related whatnot, and then they would go into the national anthem right here and go off at least for a little while. And that was, I mentioned this last night, but one of the viewers of my first video I did about Joanna Lopez mentioned that, because I mentioned in my video, like, yeah, around midnight or whatever, stations will go off the air and just be off the air for several hours until later in the morning, around 5 or 6 a.m. And he mentioned, like, yeah, he found, evidence that showed that, like, but they would play, like, movies and stuff in the middle of the night, and that actually jogged my memory really well. And it helped me remember. Is that it? That's probably it. But it made me remember, like, these long forgotten memories of being a child right before my parents got us cable when I think I was like 6.5. And I would randomly, if I fell asleep in the living room and we left the TV on, we always left the TV on, I want to say. And I would wake up in the middle of the night to like a grainy old black and white horror film or like a campy 60s movie and kind of just be bewildered. Like the television continues in the middle of the night. All right, so it's May 11th, 1982, Omaha. Come on, Omaha. Yeah, I noticed this pops up a lot. I'm guessing this is... Yeah, I think that was the end of the national anthem. Presented by your United States Coast Guard. Yeah, then this would pop up a lot. The television code. Looks like it just goes to color bars. A 2. I don't know if I'll be doing this for 4 hours today like I did last time. Usually when I start a live stream, whatever it is, especially if it's kind of an open-ended thing, like I'm just looking at these as long as I will, or if I'm playing GTA, just play as long as I want. There's no real established. I bet when it hits 2 o'clock, it's gonna go to crap. Yeah. I heard music there. A little bit of music in there. Unless this is like just somebody's old VHS and they just recorded that. But the fact that right when it hit 2 o'clock, it went off to this kind of. Because I want to say, I remember. In fact, I think that's what made me kind of scared of this kind of thing as a kid was waking up in the middle of the night to just and the static. Is this a debate? Firing line with William F. Buckley. Listen to this like Ivy League sounding music. Okay, so this looks like this is probably late 70s, I would guess. AK Channel 4 sign off. Send $1 to firing line. Man, I ain't sending you shit. Okay, this is. Oh, Bethel, Alaska. I recognize the name Bethel. Or Bethel. I'm not really sure how it's pronounced. Is it sad that the only reason I know of that's frightening? I think that's supposed to be like a little, like, animal figurine. That's scary as hell, though. The only reason I know I've heard of this town is because of the school shooting that happened there back in the 90s. Who was it Evan something? I was, when I did my senior project, which was like 2004, I did a lot of research on school shootings from the 90s, so I have a odd knowledge of those events. Was it Evan Ramsey? Was that the guy's name? That did the Bethel? Oh, it's a bison. It's kind of what I was thinking. And we go into the national anthem. Oh yeah, I've seen this one a handful of times where they zoom in on the hard-working folks of the good old USA. And there's a plane that almost looks like it's going down. Only 5 seconds left, so I'm guessing there ain't gonna be anything here. Nope. Okay, Omaha, June 1980. The Mormons. This is a common occurrence right here in some of these videos. And alright, I'm gonna crack this battery thing open because I'm getting real tired of that your battery's dead thing popping up over and over and over again. Looks like they're about to end their broadcast day. Come on, give me something. I mean, I feel like my best bet is in the mid to late 80s, but I'm trying to kind of be a little open-ended about it. This clip's got like another minute on it, but it doesn't look like anything happens. It's just a lot of black. Not a fan of the color bars, are we? All right, I'm gonna fetch. I need some ibuprofen because I woke up with a headache, and I need to cut these batteries open. At least the packaging. Oh, there we go. We lost it. You gonna give me something? Come on, give me something, anything. Healthy choice. That's the funny thing. I remember my parents buying healthy choice stuff, and I always remember it being really nasty. And I choose something else. Oh man, Maury Povich. 1992 Maury. Look at how happy they are. I'm guessing this is the preacher thing before we go off the air. And just the obsession with showing planes flying overhead during the national anthem. Hold on. All right. Come on, you packaging scam. As my dad would call them. That's another recover. All right, anything? 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 Nah. Swear to God, I'll go through this whole damn playlist. I swear. And I'll be emotionally destroyed by the end of it. Okay, and that's just one sign off. Anyway, I need to dig some AAA batteries out of this package so that low battery thing will quit popping up in regards to my remote every 5 seconds. Come here, you sneaky little bastard. There we go. Okay. Alright, how long? Okay, it's gonna go for about 6 minutes. I want to get to a point like right around when the... Yeah, right around when the national anthem's starting, because I need a few seconds to shift batteries here. So the remote's gonna be out of commission for about 15 seconds. St. Petersburg, Florida. All right, well, these batteries work. My biggest concern. What the hell are we looking at here? This is some juicy propaganda. Make it look like us Americans are just all living our best lives. Oh, the rare YouTube ad actually popping up. Honestly, last night I had a YouTube ad maybe like 4 times in the like 300 videos I went through. But Memory Museum here, they work on a different level. Okay, December 17th, 1986. Okay, we are... Okay, video's only halfway over and we're already at the end of the national anthem. Intriguing. Oh man, they just faded into those color bars. They didn't wait. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Oh, are you from Milwaukee? Oh, I'm sorry. Trying to just skip just a little bit at a time. See if there's anything that breaks, anything that cuts in. It's rarely the case, but you don't want to just skip. Yeah, it always just goes right at the end. Okay, this looks very old. Support concern for dying. Shouldn't it be concern for the dying? I don't know. I don't know why I'm acting like I get this. So we got the... Oh, is this the one where the kids at the end are like, good night? I said good night because that was really cringy. Having all these yeah. I said good night. Yeah, I saw this one last night. Having all these kids singing the Star Spangled Banner like they have any clue what it means. I mean, that's the thing, is, you know, when I was a kid and I was singing the Star Spangled Banner, I had no concept of what the words meant. Like, oh, say, can you see? That doesn't even sound like proper grammar, especially to a little kid. They're not going to know what's going on. Looks like another dud. Thanks, Buffalo. Thanks for nothing. Live from the Met. Ooh. This is 1985. Okay, okay. I was going to say, the Met, my immediate thought was PBS. The nature of things? Oh, hello. I actually caught a comment that's few and far between. Well, thank you very much. That honestly goes back to when I was like 7 years old and I watched my first JFK assassination documentary, and yeah, I'm thoroughly, and I think that's part of the reason why I cover a lot of more obscure stuff is, you know, I don't want to be like the 500th person that's covered this serial killer or that person or this mystery. Because it's like a million people already did it. Even if I do an intensive research, like 80% of what I'm going to find is just going to be something that other people have already talked about. So I like finding more obscure stuff so that I can kind of have this clean slate to work with. And yeah, I've just become more and more interested in that as time goes on. So it was always there, even though, ain't nothing here. Even though my channel initially started as more of a, like, filming cool buildings and cool places and urbex and stuff like that, which I absolutely love. I want to do more of that on my channel. It's just hard to do when you don't have a car. And you've been dealing with a pandemic for the better part of the last almost 2 years. Hello, family. And then it kind of, you know, that element of... And that's why I think it's fun, because some people would, like, come on to my... This is very interesting. This imagery they're using. Norfolk. But, you know, when I started doing more true crime stuff, and people will be like, why are you suddenly doing a bunch of true crime stuff? Like, I just suddenly became interested in it in the last 3 years. And I'm like, no, I've been interested in true crime a lot longer than I've been interested in, like, my local history and all that stuff. So yeah, that's a big part of me. And I'm actually working on a new video about a case that I covered before, but kind of passively. And so I did a much more kind of deep dive and started thinking and reflecting on things I hadn't done before. So it's turning into like this big project. And I'm actually going to be putting a video up soon on my Patreon that shows some of the work I was putting into that video, because I'm testing out a new method of providing a background for some of the videos I do, because I like using, you know, a big thing in my videos, and part of the reason I do this is because, you know, when you're covering obscure cases from, you know, many years ago, it's not likely you're going to find a lot of pictures or a lot of imagery related to it. So I often have a limit as to what I can have visually on the screen while I'm going through these voiceovers. So most of the time it's just stills from newspaper articles, and I'm obviously not going to stop doing that, but I want to make those a little bit more concise. You know, usually I'll just put a big block of dialogue that's not up there long enough for you to read. So I want to start having it be more like little pieces, maybe coming together. But I also want to have more other stuff in there so that my videos aren't all just the same like that. So, yeah, I'm going to be putting up a video on my Patreon probably in the next couple of days. It shows this new thing I'm trying to do, and it showed the struggles I was going through trying to do it because it was totally new to me, and there was a lot of trial and error going on. A lot of Omaha clips I'm noticing. I noticed that last night, and I'm noticing it again. Oh, okay, here we go. Here's the national anthem. I was wondering where you were hiding. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans, white with foam. Well, ain't that just peachy? Calendar of events. 1980. Omaha calendar of events. This is W. Wowat. Wait, is this the national anthem? No. I was like, there's just some patriotic imagery. Okay, this has got to be the national anthem. I'm looking. Sorry, I'm glancing away from the TV. I mean, I guess glancing away real quickly to my laptop because I'm trying to figure out where I am on this list because I have the list over here on my laptop. That's how I'm keeping track of where I am on it. This is what? Okay, 4/25, 1980. Is it 4/20? Okay, so I'm 20 videos in so far. That's rough. I feel like I've been here a long time already. There's the man himself, Davy Crockett, I guess. And there's the seal of good practice. I feel like this is like the TV's equivalency of like, what is it, the something Power and Associates thing that always pops up in the JP Power and Associates, is that what it is? That pops up like in truck commercials. They're like, yeah, we won but it's like every single truck company talks about how they won one of those awards. So I'm like, are those awards even that significant? If almost like every company can say they won some. I don't know. I'm not a vehicle genius. Yeah, get your junk out of here. Get your television coat off my screen. Oh, thank you. Wowat, Omaha, Channel 6. Your friendly place for daily, morning, afternoon, and nightly news. Also, get your favorite TV shows, whatever was out during 1980. And the screen cuts to black, and the drama begins. Okay, this ginger colada, I think it's more just that, like, I don't know. I did brush my teeth this morning. I don't really taste the toothpastiness anymore, but... Wait, did I see something in there? I thought I saw, like, a blip right when it cut to static. I saw something in there. Probably just a darks. Oh, okay, yeah, I think it was just it kind of went color for a second. But yeah, I don't know. This is tasting funky to me, and I don't think it's because it's bad. I think it's just that taste buds have altered. So I'm gonna exchange this out for another beverage. The offenders. What's the offense? The heck? Odor eaters. Damn, odor eaters. It's been a while since I've seen an odor eaters ad. 1981. Rock concert. Was that Fred Armisen? I don't know, it looked like him. Is this a stand-up comedy bit? We don't do a sermon at the end of the day on our channel. We do a stand-up comedy bit. Some ads. Rock rap? hell was that? I wonder if this is just like some kind of variety show that was on. Safe Bay Area broadcasters. Let's get the... Wait, what? Let's get the hell out... Okay, I get it. Interesting. I thought it was just like, let's get the hell out of Oakland, but they're saying, like, take the element of hell and get that out of Oakland. That was dark. Blood bank. The Irwin Memorial Blood Bank. There's just a lot of blood banks out there. Good, old Goodwill. Sign. Okay, we got some ducks. This has got to be the Board of Rabbits. There's this seal of good patience sticking its face in my life again. Cron TV, San Francisco, Channel 4. And yeah. Anything? But yeah, on the subject of my YouTubery. And yeah, most of you have probably known I'm down to like 2 videos a week, and that's probably where it's gonna stay. Mostly because, you know, I'm putting more time into what I'm doing now. Now, obviously, there's still going to be, you know, the therapy walk videos from time to time, and those are extremely easy to do and to edit. And oftentimes they're long enough that they get broken into 2. So, like, you might score, like, 2 or 3 videos in a given week. But, and I think it's kind of become normalized now on my channel. You know, pretty much for the last, like, couple months I was doing like a video on Monday and Wednesday, and now I'm thinking more doing like a video like on Wednesday and Saturday. What was my major? Oh boy, that's a long story. No, I first started going to college for English, and then I transferred to University of Portland to finish that English degree, and then I realized a lot of what I was being taught was stuff I already knew. And I was like, this isn't worth $32,000 a year. Granted, a lot of that was getting covered with grant money, but still. And so I ended up having to leave because they screwed up my financial aid, pretty much left me in a situation where I was like 3 weeks away from starting my second year, and they like took away like, it was like $12,000, $15,000 of my financial aid because of one little, what is it, like a tax snafu. Like they misinterpreted something on my taxes that led them to believe I was making a lot more money than I was. But anyway, so I didn't really know what to do for a long time, and I ended up going back to school for, the program I went into specifically it was the Digital Multimedia and Communications Program. That was the term for it, with a focus in film production. Because I make movies outside of my YouTube. In fact, I started doing that more regularly in like 2012, 2013, kind of as I was finally getting done. So I have a degree in that, and then I just started diving into filmmaking, and I actually am planning on starting to do that encoded and uploaded. But I am planning on getting back into filmmaking probably after the winter, or late winter, you know, when the weather starts getting nicer, and the hope is that COVID continues to kind of be more readily under control in this area. You know, I am in a situation where like I have to like request that anybody who's like in one of my films or works on my film is vaccinated, because I'm putting people's lives at risk. And I need to get my booster shot. I think like I got like another month and a half. But anyway, so yeah, that was what I ended up ultimately going going to school for, was film production. And then I just bought a DSLR camera, bought a sound mixer. It's the same, literally the same sound mixer. I bought this in like start of 2013. And it's the same sound mixer I use to record voiceovers for this YouTube channel now. I'm gonna eventually get something better, but yeah. So I've got my random articles of film equipment kind of dispersed in random places of our apartment. I've got like my case over by my DVDs. It just holds a bunch of like XLR cables and backup camera batteries and like an extra charger and just all that stuff. But I haven't. The last film I shot was in late 2018, and it took me a long time to edit it because I started getting more and more into my YouTube here. And by the time I pretty much got that film done and was ready to go on to my next project, I was actually in talks with a friend of mine to do this film that I'd written. And we started seriously talking about it in like February 2020. We were thinking maybe like late April, May 2020 we'd start shooting. And then what happened? The pandemic ruined everybody's life. But my plan for now is I want to just start screenwriting again, and I've already started working on one project, no spoilers. So I just want to write maybe a couple of screenplays between now and like March. Aim high, America. And I want to get back into film, but I want to start doing shorter films again, because I finally got to that point where I was doing like feature length stuff. I did 2 feature films, and you know, it was really hard to do the one I did in 2018 because I hadn't done a film again in like, this is too recent. I hadn't done a film in like almost 5 years, or not 5 years, almost 3 years, because of just assortment of different things. And I was real rusty, and it was really, you know, even as we kept going, it was just really hard to do a film. It ended up being about 90 minutes long, and it was just so rough to get through. But I did take more away from it that I think will have me more better in place as I get back into it again. But I want to get back to doing not short films. I really don't know how people do these 5-minute films. Like, just the way my brain works, the only way I can do a really short film like that is like it has to just be a short scenario that only takes up, like, these people that cram a whole story into like 5 minutes. I applaud them, because I don't think it's so much that I can't do that. I just don't enjoy making stuff that way. So I want to get back to where I'm making films that are like 20 to 40 minutes long. And honestly, you know, obviously I would love to, you know, work in that field more regularly. I'd love my YouTube to take off. This is 1989, but it looks more recent than that. You know, I've learned to accept the fact that when I make these films that I want to make, that they're not about getting famous. They're about making what I want to make and doing what I want to do with the life that I have. Obviously, it doesn't mean I'm just going to be like making films and being like, okay, that one's done, and then I save it onto a drive and throw that drive into a dusty corner. Like, I want my stuff to get seen ultimately. But I'm saying that, you know, if from this point on I don't really get that much bigger or well known in terms of making film, I'm fine with that. I really am. I mean, look at how much stuff I've done on my YouTube, and I'm not even to 4,000 subs yet. I ain't doing it for the clout. I ain't doing it for the money. I mean, it would be nice if I could start doing this regularly and get paid for it enough to support myself, because then I could just do this. I wouldn't need my damn day job. Here's the end of the day sermon, fellow. Are we even gonna get? Yeah, we're not even getting a real sign off here. Well, 1987. Jabberwock. Wait, I think I've seen this one. Yeah, this is a repeat. I remember seeing this Jabberwocky ad. So if it's not the same one, it's one from like that same week where they're still promoting the same movie. 2006, nope. Again, I'm trying to keep this centered between like 1980 and like I'm probably gonna keep it a little bit more concise even than last night. Try to keep it between like 1982 to 1991, 92, like that 10-year period. Holiday Plus commercial and a sign off, 1984. Minneapolis, St. Paul, you don't say. See, that's another thing is like, people have pondered, like, did somebody sneak that Joanna Lopez banner in there? And I would think, like, a lot of this stuff is, this is all pre recorded stuff. The end of the broadcast day, they have that pre recorded so they can have someone hit a button and slap it, on there before going to color bars. Well, if someone's sitting there and they have a reason to want to bring attention to this Joanna Lopez thing or to even bring attention to missing person cases in general, they could have that saved, hit another button, slap that up on there. I have vague memories. I took a media communications class, junior and senior year of high school. And things got a little bit more advanced. We moved to a new building my senior year, but our junior year, we literally had a studio space where we had just kind of an open area. The walls were like all blue, so you could kind of blue screen at any given time. And there was actually in the corner, there was like two VHS decks and two screens, and that was how they initially taught us how to edit, was the old style of recording everything on VHS, putting that VHS in one VCR, and then editing it onto another VHS, thanks Mormons, and editing it from that VHS onto another tape, and there'd be like the little dial that you could turn that would literally move the VHS tape frame by frame, so you could get the exact spot where you wanted to edit. And there was a button you click that would be like starting point, and then you'd play the tape up to the point where you wanted to end that clip and cut to another shot, and you'd click like, end point or whatever that's said on the machine. And then you click like go, and the tape would rewind and it would start playing that VHS, and at that exact moment that you wanted the clip to start, it would record. It was that old school VHS style. We getting anything? Just static? But beyond, and then by the next year we were using like mini DV cameras, and we were editing on the cool old like IMAX, with the colorful backings on them that you used to see a lot in the like early 2000s. But we had the studio space, and then we had a thin little room next to it, and that was where all the controls were, and that was where you had the buttons. You could click, go to camera 2, go to camera 3, and we had 3 cameras set up out there. And there was we had this just huge thing on the wall. There was like 20 VHS decks, so you could record like several copies of what's up, Baldy, where you could record several copies of something. So I actually got some experience in that kind of old school style of like how you would almost kind of run live television, where you'd have the buttons to hit to switch what camera you were going to, buttons to switch to change to this, buttons to hit to stop this. You could switch over from like showing what was being recorded on the cameras in the studio to another videotape that was playing. Yeah, I do. In terms of going to the locations that I discussed. Yeah, again, without a car, it's just really difficult for me to travel outside of Portland. When it is local, or when it is somewhere I can access on my own, I almost always go to the locations. That's very much what my channel was kind of founded on, was being able to go to these locations and say, hey, this thing happened here. I actually have another mystery murder episode that I did that was actually spent a long time working on it. I was wandering around this one neighborhood for like 3 hours trying to. There's nothing here. It's just some Disney junk. Just trying to get it done because it was like a missing persons case, or not a missing persons case, but an unsolved murder from the mid 70s where this teenage girl disappeared in Portland, and I went to all the spots pertinent to it. That'll be coming up on my channel eventually, but like I went to the site where it happened, where the girl lived, all that stuff. And I have a few thoughts about the future, and like, and there is actually one particular situation where I want to go to actual locations, but I'd have to go up into Washington to do a lot of it. Anyway, that stuff's probably. I'm probably not going to be doing a whole lot of going out and about vlogging over the next little while. One part is the weather. It's probably just going to get rainy and crappy, but I can still like take my GoPro out from time to time and record stuff. But also I just want to be cautious in case we have some kind of COVID spike over the winter again. And I don't want to get mixed up in that. Even with my vaccine, even though like I read there was a pretty encouraging news report that the newest variant of COVID is called like Omicron or Omicron. I forget exactly what it's called. But they said that if you get the booster shot, the Pfizer booster shot, I don't know about the other ones, but that's what I've gotten is the Pfizer. If you get the Pfizer booster shot, it actually protects pretty well against that, is what their initial reports are saying. Anyway, what was I saying? So yeah, I mean, it all depends. You know, I can sit here and say, well, this is what's going to happen over the next 2 months, and the polar opposite could happen. Omicron. Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. I couldn't remember if that R was in there or not. Aim high, America. But yeah, as I was saying, yeah, but working in that little studio space, I kind of got a feel for kind of more how it would have been back in the day, and how you could like switch from while you were recording a show, sort of live on tape. You could hit a button and cut from the cameras filming in the studio to a tape you'd have in there, and there was like that little bar thing that you'd grab, a little lever that you pull down, and that would like you could fade in and out. You could just fade to black, or you could fade into like various random patterns that they had saved on the system. So I got to see, you know, kind of how all that worked. And of course, the first time we went in there, we're all inexperienced, and my teacher decided to make me the technical director, which that's literally the head person. And here I am. I'm a super antisocial kid in high school. Last thing in the world, I'm still like this today. Last thing I want to do is be having to tell people what to do forcefully. And so they made me the technical director because my teacher was a bitch. Like, I have no love lost for my teacher. She literally threw us to the wolves our senior year so she could pursue her crooked and corrupt political career. But that's another story. And yeah, I remember just standing there and kind of nervously not knowing what to do. But yeah, that's that person that stands there in that little side room and is like, all right, ready, camera two, take two. You say take two, they hit the button, they cut from one camera to camera two, and but it showed me, because that setup we had was probably pretty comparable to what you know stations might be using, especially back in the 80s, because this was like 2002 when we were doing this. So it's further on down the road, and we'd have better technology that might more match what was had before, even though we were just a high school program. And so, but it showed me through, you know, seeing that and learning that, how easy it would be to, you know, in the case of like Joanna Lopez, just, you know, you could have that slide, or, you know, a tape recording that you took of that, whatever they had, and you could literally just, when, you know, like here, when the national anthem fades out, you hit a button and boom, it cuts to that, and that starts playing through your system. And I even noticed on the, am I going to get a missing persons thing? No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Just the bars, just the good old bars. But yeah, because something I noticed, and not that this means anything in this regard, I just thought it was interesting that in the original 1989 clip, right when, oh, sorry, ooh, another comment. Within Portland, how long are you willing to travel with some of the cold cases you study? It really depends on the circumstances, how long it would take to, if I had to throw, I mean, I'm trying to think, what, I mean, I'd probably be willing to travel a decent distance, but, I mean, it depends. Um, I wouldn't want to travel too far for just one video, mostly because of the, I mean, I guess I am at a point where I'm only putting out 1 to 2 videos a week. I mean, I'd probably be willing to travel maybe a couple 100 miles. It also depends because I'd be having to like fork out gas money to someone. But like maybe, I mean, I pretty much I'm willing to go to just about any part of Oregon, I would think. And obviously I could, go up into Washington too, since I live so close to the border. And I've actually really wanted to explore more of Eastern Oregon. The furthest east I've ever been is like, I think a little ways past Bend. Like pretty much the eastern half of Oregon I've never seen before, and I really want to go out there and see more. And that's not even about like just like mystery murder cases, even though I actually have an upcoming one I'm going to do about some cases out of Baker City. But yeah, that's mostly about just, I just want to see more because it's so open. There's lots of, random ghost towns in there, and there's, you go down a given highway and there's just abandoned houses everywhere, and I love that stuff. And unfortunately, with each summer and these horrible wildfires we're having, we're seeing more and more of that stuff getting destroyed. And yeah, because there was a ghost town I really wanted to go see, and when I explored with my friend a couple years ago, we actually got really close to it. I didn't realize how close we were. I think this is 2012, and we it was a place called Horse Heaven, which I wanted to see it just for that name. But some of the really bad wildfires, like 2 years ago, I think, completely, as I understand it, completely destroyed Horse Heaven. So, these old ghost towns out in the middle of nowhere, like, the more time that passes, and the more wildfires we have, the more of those places get destroyed. But yeah, and I definitely think also in terms of like going somewhere a little ways outside of Portland for a mystery murder case, it would also depend on how invested I was, because some of these mystery murder cases, I'm like, okay, that's really cool. I'll do a video about it. Like my most recent video that I did last night about this husband and wife in the 40s who both died like shortly after being married and died like only a couple weeks apart. And there was this mystery letter that they found, and then they supposedly found a second letter that kind of negated all their new feelings about the case, which really made me feel like there was a cover-up, because the guy, Jim Purcell, that was running the case was one of the most corrupt pieces of shit in the history of Portland police. And he actually ended up resigning kind of in disgrace after he'd finally gotten up to a good position. So the fact that he was kind of the head guy on this, and they just conveniently, the moment they started thinking something suspicious was there, there wasn't. Oh, hold on, I got a new. I hate how these comments disappear after like 10 seconds. Missing 20. I haven't heard anything. Now, granted, I'd say I passively follow the news. So, and we don't have cable here at the house. The closest thing we have to cable is the random channels. that you kind of get when you get like a new nice television. So I haven't heard about that. I think more recent stuff I haven't really heard much about. What the heck? Yeah, this is too new. What kind of a recording is that? Um, but yeah, I mean, some cases, depending on how much stuff you find, how gripping the story is, you can end up being driven to do like a more detailed video, something that's more along the lines of like doing like a documentary, as opposed to like a lot of the videos I do that are kind of sit down. Uh, I just sit down and talk about it. And obviously, if it's something that's more grip, because the thing about that Stenger video I did was there was still limited information, and there just wasn't enough there for me to really want to do like an in-depth thing. And I think that's kind of how we all are. Um, and that's not to say that I think those kind of cases are less significant than others. It's just, certain cases um, either grab more attention. Have an email for case suggestions. Yeah, I could totally do something like that. And I think I could probably. She was coming to visit Hepner, Oregon, basically. Yeah, Hepner. Yeah, because that's one of those things where Hepner, as you're that's one of those towns that you're kind of getting more out towards Eastern Oregon. And it's, yeah, the further east you go, and it's more open land, and it's strange, what can happen when you're kind of, you know, further out there. Because I'm pulling up, yeah, because Hepner is kind of over. It's like just south of Hermiston. Yeah. Oh yeah, I bet if I did, um, she'd pop up. And I know there's so many. Um, I've even looked. Um, oh yeah, no, there's actually. Yeah, it looks like there's a coin news piece that. It says just 24 hours ago. Um, yeah, left for a drive, and stop bothering me, coin six. Left for a drive. Yeah, yeah, because it just says a 22-year-old woman from Boardman left for a drive and has not been heard from since. And they reference, yeah, they have a picture of kind of the vehicle that she would have had. Yeah, so it's what is it, December? It's December 9th. Yeah, so it's been like what, over 10 days, like almost about 2 weeks. Yeah, it says last known to be on Highway 19 east of Spray. It's another town I've always wanted to pass through. A lot of those small towns up there. It says she was last known to be on Highway 19 east of Spray around 1:30 a.m. November 28th. That's the and then it says Wheeler County authorities believe she is no longer in that county, but may be in Morrow County, which I want to say is the next county over. which, yeah. Yeah, and that makes sense, because, yeah, the authorities there are saying they think she's probably had gone over to Morrow County, and I'm looking at where Morrow County is, and because I sometimes get those Eastern Oregon counties mixed up. But yeah, Heppner is right smack dab in the middle of that county. So I wonder what the route from Spray, Oregon to Heppner. Sorry, and I haven't missed anything on here. There's just been, yeah, there hasn't been anything intriguing that's popped up. Okay, yeah, so Spray is like about 54, 55 miles south, and you'd go straight up Highway 207 north, and you'd eventually get to Heppner that hits another highway. And it's, it's always so hard to know what happens when someone is in a rural area like this and go missing. Is Spray in Morrow County also? Well, it wouldn't. I don't think it would be, because why would they be saying she went to another county? Hold on. I'm getting educated about Eastern Oregon. So it is in Wheeler County, but it's probably, considering, it's probably like just, I would guess, on the yeah, it's on the edge. That makes sense. Oh no, it is absolutely fine. The odds of, I mean, honestly, the odds of anything of significance popping up here is slim. And I'm kind of keeping a side eye still on the screen, at least when the national anthem ends. So I just pulled up Boardman, because I've heard of Boardman. I always forget where it is. So it looks like you're just a little west of Hermiston. Where is? I'm losing track. I'm losing track of everything. Yeah, and I'm even like just looking at. God, yeah, it's all just kind of mountainous, or at least hilly. It's very brown looking on the map. And it's just, I mean, because in a place like this, you know, the rural roadways, um, but yeah, like I'm looking at the highway, like Highway 207, which goes from Spray to Heppner, and it's this road that either is on kind of, there's stretches where it's like flat kind of plains, or it's kind of surrounded on each side by these little hills and whatnot. So like, something that you would theorize could happen when someone just suddenly goes missing is, oh, they like went off the road accidentally and like went off a cliff. But this highway doesn't lend credence to that. It's all open. So I'm like, so it doesn't seem like it would be, that would be a logical conclusion to reach, that, oh, somebody accidentally, because if you're in the right place, you can go off a cliff into a deep dark ravine, and your vehicle gets lost and nobody knows you're down there. But that doesn't fit the geographic nature of this. And it's, but you've got so much open road, and like, your car could randomly break. It looked like her car was like a fairly new, it said it was like a 2014, what was it, a 2014 Volkswagen Jetta, and those are pretty reliable. I've known a lot of people with Jettas, or even just, you know, more newer Volkswagen vehicles, and they're usually pretty reliable. Um, but I was thinking, like, you know, like if your car breaks down and you like are in this position where you're like, you know, what are you, 20 miles from the nearest town, you kind of need help desperately. You need to wave someone down, and you know, who knows who the person is that's going to end up stopping you. And I certainly, you know, I don't want to get too crazy with, what's the word I'm looking for? Speculation. Um, but yeah, like it makes me think of, there was a case from 1989 that happened around Redmond where there was a young woman who apparently had a falling out with her husband, and they were in the process. They were about to get divorced. And maybe I drove off into the water. And it's because I'm looking, and there's like this big creek right next to Hermiston. If you turn off of Highway 206, there's like this big, looks like a big deep creek, and there's it's a reservoir too, and those are usually, I mean, depending on where you are, those are usually fairly deep. I'm wondering, because you'd think there'd be like, because I'm seeing railing here mostly, but it looks like if you end up getting, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm trying to get my, because yeah, I mean, that's possible. It can, I mean, it can happen. It doesn't even, there doesn't even have to be some nefarious thing like someone rams you off the road. And there is, like, I'm looking at the map, there is like a little stretch where the highway kind of just runs right next to this deep reservoir, and there's not really a whole lot of space between them. But yeah, you know, it doesn't take too much to accidentally go off the road. Yeah, because if I can just turn this and direct it towards kind of what I've been looking at here. I probably should have done that already, but I was looking at, like, you know, here's Hepner, and here's, where is it? There's like the highway that comes in. Yeah, like here's the highway coming in from Spray, and then you've got this deep, so I mean, like, if you were to turn off here for whatever reason and not keep going up the highway, right after you cross the bridge, right through here, there's no railing, and this is all kind of downhill, so even if you went a little ways over, like, you kind of end up here, you could start sliding down this old grass. And because this is a reservoir here, like, I wonder how deep this is. Like, I just wonder. Max depth. Okay, 30, and this is the right one, right? I think this is the right one. Nope, that is Wisconsin. Okay. Willow Creek. Is that what I wrote? I don't think I wrote Willow Creek. I wrote Willow County. Goofball. So, like, maximum capacity covers a lot of space. But yeah, maximum depth is 40 feet, and that's more than enough. You know, you think a car is shorter than a human if you land straight down in the water. Oh wait, no, this is Nevada. What the? I put Oregon. Okay, here's Willow Creek Dam. Oh, I'm just getting thrown. More, okay. Yeah, does it even say? The lake can be elevation, minimum total usable capacity. is there any general details? Construction, total capacity, surface area. I mean, but as a reservoir, I would think it would be at least 40 feet deep. And I mean, just looking at it, I just get deepness vibes. And I mean, there's Hepner. You know, they're right next to each other. And yeah, see, if you look at the highway leading from Spray, which you'd think that would be the way you should be going, it's, you know, there's not really a whole lot of places that you could, like, just go off the road and, I mean, even if you did end up going off the road and crash, like, look, you'd be seen. You could have spun out. You could have your red car way off over here. Someone would still see it going down this highway. So, yeah. What's this? Looks like a quarry of some kind. And here's where it kind of connects with another road. Like 207 and 206 come together. No. Stop doing stuff. I didn't want you. I don't want to see Ruggs Ranch. Not right now, at least. Okay, I just wanted to see if this was land going down or land going up. Yes. And yeah, see, it's so, like, it's either on flat plains or it's, like, kind of surrounded by these big hills. Like, there's nowhere for, if it just went off the road, there's not really a lot of places for the car to go where it wouldn't be seen, unless for some reason you go off the road and just keep on driving. You get stuck in a hill way off. But it just doesn't make sense. And here's a small town passing through. Yeah. It's just very... And here's a little bit more livelihood and trees, but still, you've got, like, cliffs, and with dense foliage like this, you probably wouldn't even get a car that far off the road, you know? Yeah, I could see that happening. Yeah, I mean, because these are like these. Yeah, these are those. Because it's interesting. We actually have trees like this on my property, and I always regard them as like Californian or Eastern Oregon type trees. But we actually have some of them planted here in our apartment complex. And yeah, there's just not a lot of places, unless you intentionally were trying to ease your way off the road into these hills somewhere. But why? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And here's, like, I guess it's Chapin or Chapin Creek. Doesn't look very big, though. And it looks like it's still a ways off the road. And if it's a creek, I mean, honestly, its max depth is probably like 2 feet. Oh, yeah, and it's like a tiny nothing creek. Like, there's nothing there. Like, yeah, that's one of those creeks that, like, you get your car stuck, half of it's still going to be sticking up, and, like, through here, you have a clear view of the creek area, which is, like, up over here. But yeah, I'm just kind of running the route between 207 and Spray, and see, it stays like this. It's either kind of open plains, kind of dense foliage along the route, a park. Yeah, there's not really a lot of places where you could just accidentally go off the road and, you know, not be found, whatever the circumstances were. Like, yeah, this is just kind of consistently the same looking. Yeah. And I mean, in a Volkswagen Jetta, you ain't gonna be just plowing through these trees like a dump truck or something. Like, if you went off the road and hit these trees, you'd just be here. You wouldn't get very far. even if you hit them going fast. Those trees will stop you. So I've always thought if I'm in the vicinity of some like car just speeding out of control and I think they might hit me, try to find a really thick pole or a good tree to hide behind, because they ain't getting through that tree. Yeah, I'm kind of checking just these little dense things. People have speculated they were abducted. I don't think so, because who in the hell would be out there at midnight? You would think they would search the world. Yeah, I would think so. I mean, if it's thought she's, in Morrow County, and see, here's like a little spot that you could go off, but it's a short drop. Like your car would just go, like your back end would be sticking up a little bit. So even there, where there's actually a drop off, it's not even that big. And you think driving a winding road at night, you can understand why someone would accidentally go off the road, but there's not really any places you could disappear into. And the abduction angle, I mean, I've heard so many stories of people getting stranded in areas like this, and the wrong person picks them up and you never see them again. And especially if it's somebody that knows the area. But at the same time, I also feel like the abduction angle is one of those like convenient things to fall back on when investigators are kind of at a standstill. They can go with the abduction angle, or my personal favorite, they just left on their own. They just decided to leave. They've said that so many cases that police can't resolve, they'll just ultimately decide that so and so just left on their own and don't want to be found, which is an easy way to say we don't know what's going on, so we're just going to close the case by saying they ran away. I talked about that in my Katie Eggleston video. And here's a girl who's 22. She's fresh out of college. She's really ambitious. She just got this great job right out of college. And then she disappears and her car is found in Northeast Portland. And the police are like, oh, we think she ran away. And their excuse for why she would run away is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. Okay, and here's Spray. So the highway, you go up Highway 19 a little bit, and there's Spray. And Spray's, yeah, this kind of tiny little town with crop circles, apparently. Are those look like crop circles? Yeah, so I mean, because I mean, this is like the only real, it's the Hepner Spray Highway is literally what it's called. Oh, there's a cemetery way out here in the middle of nowhere. And then I'm trying to make my way back up to Hepner. But I should just zoom out. I'll probably miss it. There's Hepner. And yeah, I mean, just look at all this open space. But I was thinking, because this kind of reminds me, there was a girl in '89 that I started to mention earlier. What was her name? Her last name was Chan, I want to say. Yeah, that's a thing too. You mentioned her bank account stuff hasn't been touched. Yeah. Like in the case of Katie Eggleston, when they found, police actually theorized that she parked, because her car was found like 3 miles east of the airport. So it was actually theorized that she hopped on an airplane and just left. But she left her purse, all of her identification pieces, and her credit cards, and all of her money, everything she would have needed to get a ticket and leave, she left in her car. So how do you get a plane ticket when you have no money, you have no identification, you have nothing? So yeah, I mean, you gotta, like, I feel like, in the end, yeah, some people do just want to leave. But that is the last thing you go for. Like, you need to find definitive proof to say that somebody left on their own and not just fall on that. Until you know exactly what's going on, I mean, you just that's a last ditch thing. But Angela Chan, that was the girl's name. I think it was '89, and she had lived near Redmond. and she apparently was divorcing her husband. And some people think he was responsible for her death, even though he was known to have left to go to his military base around the last time she was seen. But her car was found a little, I want to say it was a little ways west of Redmond. Her window had been smashed out, but the car was working. Like, she didn't abandon a broke down car. So her car was found with the window smashed out. And I want to say there was like a rock in her car, like someone smashed her window out with a rock. And I don't think Angela Chan has been seen since. I want to say it's one of those cases where they haven't found her body yet. And a lot of people just believe it was her husband, or that her husband hired someone to kill her, which is not completely impossible when you think about the fact that, like, this guy, like, left that day to go to his military base. So he has an alibi. But if he pays someone to take her out, you know, then you can say, like, oh, well, I wasn't involved. I was in I think his base was in California. He could be like, she disappeared when I was in California. You got nothing on me. But it was very, yeah, it was very similar to that kind of thing, except they did at least find a car. But it was like, you know, someone just left for a drive. I think Angela Chan was just going to drive west, and then they, you know, eventually found her car, but never found her, and nobody really knows exactly what happened. And I theorized that there was a serial killer named John Aykroyd. There's a video, a really good video, Ghosts of Highway 20, where they interview, like, his victims and stuff. And there's a lot of unsolved murders that he is, but that was one of the things I wanted to get to. John Aykroyd, mostly because he was this guy that for years worked. He was a maintenance guy working along Highway 20 between, like, the coast and the Cascades. And Highway 20 had all these, like, you know, logging roads and stuff that would branch off of it, that you'd have to know the area pretty well to use. And apparently John Aykroyd knew all these roads. He knew Highway 20 like the back of his hand. And so it would be real easy, you know, when you know the area and it's kind of open, sort of like this, you know, if somebody knows the area and they stumble onto somebody who's broken down, or even someone that's just stopped for a moment and take them, they'll know where to go and where to hide people. And I kind of passively contemplated John Aykroyd as maybe being responsible for Angela Chan's death, because Angela Chan was driving west on the highway leading out of Redmond, and that highway crossed, had an intersection with Highway 20 like 15 miles down the road. And so anyway, that's a little side story. But yeah, there's this big reservoir right here, and there's even like this little side street. It's probably where people could pull off and, like, stop. If this is even accessible by random people. Almost looks like a runway for, like, a little plane. And it looks accessible. It's just a little gravel road. Yeah. You can see there's, like, a little slope. But yeah, right through here. Or even more so, yeah, see how thin this, you know, after you cross the bridge over here. I was looking mostly in this area. I didn't even realize it gets even more, like, there's very little space between your car and the road. Okay, well, there is railing. That's one thing, is like, okay, because if you're in a car and, like, you go over the edge, like, you'd see damage to the railing. But further on up here, in an area that has a little bit more of a shoulder, here, like, the railing kind of stops halfway down. So, like, if you go here, yeah, see, and there's this little pull off, and then it just starts going down. And the railing ends, like, back over. So this whole stretch here, you know, what if, say, like, you know, a tire blows out and your car starts kind of doing this, and you end up accidentally going over the edge? I mean, when my, of course it had to happen right in the middle of my parents getting divorced, the woman who introduced them, she she was driving and she hit like a bad spot in the road, and she spun and she flipped off and she landed in the, I think it was the Sandy River up just east of Portland. And yeah, she flipped and slipped right into that river and drowned. And it was just because she hit this, that was what I think they determined. She hit this one little bad patch on the road and spun out and landed in the river. So that's certainly not beyond the realms of possibility. And yeah, there's just a lot of yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the people that know the people best are going to know. And granted, I think the attitude, um, sometimes by law enforcement and a lot of people, the attitude can be like, oh, well, you're only saying they'd never run away because you're a friend or you're a family and you just don't want to believe that they're capable. And I'm just like, but obviously, people will sometimes, if a mother's son is a suspect in a robbery somewhere, the mom's going to say, no, no, not my son. But you have to realize that these are the people that know these people that are missing. And you're the officers or the investigators, and a lot of times you don't know who these people are. So don't get on your high horse and act like because you're investigators and you've, quote, seen it all before, that you know what a given person is going to do. And that's another reason why I hate, the police will get a little bit under pressure, or they'll get to this point where they're like, this is looking like a cold case in the making. So they'll start throwing that junk out there to try to sway responsibility. They'll be like, oh, yep, we could have solved it, but we couldn't because they left on their own. That's why they're not around anymore. I'm like, no, no, no. You keep investigating. All right? And yeah, if I look at because I'm almost wondering if she was seen in Spray, and then she was more than likely back in Morrow County in the vicinity of Heppner, and then you look at the route from Heppner to Boardman. And yeah, see, even that is a lot of the same, it's the same terrain. It's fields and little hills. Where is somebody going to disappear in their car in this area? Because I would assume she was, I obviously don't know the details of her whole thing, but the fact that, Heppner's here, and then see, so Spray's down here, and she's probably more seen, somewhere in here, or she's believed to be somewhere in here, and then home is up here. I would think maybe she's on her way back home when she disappears. It seems logical. Maybe she had another spot to hit. But yeah, I agree. They need to search that. And it's not even just oh, this is an interesting spot. It's just as I've gone through this whole, where else are they going to go off the road? There's barely as much as a creek anywhere near here, and this is the only big body of water, and it's right by Heppner. But if you look at it, it's not even that big. This isn't like you're trying to, search 20 square miles of the Columbia River or something. Down here, this is 1,000, so that's 1,000 feet. So, that's like a mile. So this thing's not even a full mile long. And quickly over here it becomes this little thing. If the car was here, you'd be able to see it either from this road or from this bridge. So it's just, and even over here, this is where, if you look closer at the water, this is where it starts getting really Like in this area, you'd see a car popping up, except the car could even get sucked into this water. But this is not that much to search. And you think about, you're looking for a car, you're not looking for a wedding ring, you're looking for a vehicle, you're looking for a big thing that's bright red. So even if you get down in there with, you know, your special bright lighting to navigate in the dark, it would not take that long to find that car if it's down there. And if they don't find it in there, at least they know that they covered that base. It wouldn't even have to be that significant of a search effort if you're searching this area. So yeah, that's very, very strange. And it's just, you look at all this, just all this land, all this open land. It's enough to baffle you. Yeah, you would. I know there's a famous old case. Um, some of the family members were found, but it's still kind of unresolved exactly how it happened. But there's the famous Martin family case, who they went out to the east of Portland to get, they're trying to get like laurel and things like that for Christmas decorations. And it's believed they went off the road into the Columbia River somewhere near the Dalles, and like people found um, like what looked like skid tire marks leading off this cliff into the river. Um, oh, that's it. So she said she was lost. I mean, you look at this. You look at this landscape. I could believe that. I mean, even though you got like this one highway, but still, like, you know, she could have been looking for a particular spot to get to that she wasn't quite sure how to get there. And I don't know, like, I would, if the idea of being lost makes me think like she was probably trying to get to somewhere before going home. She was probably, whatever reason she was for going on this driving trip, maybe there was something else she wanted to take care of, you know. And I think like way out here, like I think, because, you know, so many people rely on GPS to get to a certain site, and could she have been trying to rely on GPS, and way out here, you know, maybe you lose the signal, and so you don't know where to like to go to. Yeah, it's very, very strange. But I mean, because there are these little offshoot roads, but even then, like, they take you through kind of the same, like, here's another highway, there's a highway going this way. You know, this is kind of a meeting place for a few different highways, but they all kind of travel down the same terrain, very dry, very surrounded landscape. It's not letting me land on this street. Oh, maybe it's just that, yeah, there's no, Google car hasn't gone down that way. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, thank you. I'm tickled pink. I do the best I can. Uh, yeah. I don't want to get too wild with theorization, but I mean, look at even this wide view of all this space. And the one thing that stands out is this little reservoir right here. Everything else is open. Like, and if she was lost, could she have maybe stopped and asked somebody for directions and that ended up being a sketchy person? Could someone have, maybe seen her, you know? Yeah. And like somebody, could have seen her, and, a lot of, guys, um, they seek out victims of opportunity, but a lot of like, men that are gonna try to follow women, um, some guy could see her, pass her, see her driving alone, and they think, oh, here's a woman by herself in her car out here in this rural landscape, and, think that that's maybe a victim of opportunity, because a lot of, especially, male weirdos, you kind of run the gamut. A lot of them, especially if they're going after women and attacking women, they obviously have a pretty toxic attitude about women, but a lot of them think, oh, a woman by herself, she won't be able to protect herself against me. That's a good question, too. What was the weather like? Again, my mom and dad's friend that ended up going into a river, I think she was driving in a kind of stormy conditions, not horrible stormy conditions, but kind of stormy conditions. And it's been, it's been a little rainy around here, but Eastern Oregon, and okay, so it was clear but cold. Okay, that sounds like this air. I'm just looking at this and I'm like, on a clear day, you can see your breath. But yeah, I almost wonder. Yeah, and it's so hard to know exactly what. And see, these this is the biggest issue with these situations when people disappear, and you don't know exactly where they are, and you don't know exactly where their car is. So you can't even say for certain whether this was an accident or the actions of some perpetrator. When you don't have a resolution. If a crime took place, you don't have a crime scene. You don't have, it makes it so hard, because there's so many reasons why you could say, she maybe went off the road in an accident. But what if she had an encounter with someone? Or, she stopped briefly and someone... But, I mean, here's the thing is, like, if she stopped somewhere and someone grabbed her and abducted her, well, then her car would be left behind. Unless, of course, someone hopped in the car with her, like tried to carjack her or something, and then she becomes the person driving. And if she was lost, maybe she saw someone and stopped and asked for directions, and that person ended up being a bad guy. I mean, you can throw all those ideas out there, and unfortunately, you don't have any evidence that any of them happened. You just have a missing person. This actually, even though I've diverted away from what I started doing, I mean, the reason I'm doing this video and I did my live stream last night and the videos before that is because that's another situation where you have this mysterious thing where it's like this missing persons banner. Is this real or was it fake? And if it is real, who is this person? What happened to her? How can we try to move forward with what little evidence we have to try to make some sense of all of this? And that's kind of where we're at here, where we're like, God, what happened here? And I mean, obviously, it's said it's been since the end of November, and it's the 9th, so obviously it's been several days. So it's not like somebody, and I'm hoping it's not. I mean, there's, you know, there's only a few roads out here, and they're all like pretty much highways. These aren't like beat up, dead gravel roads that are gonna just lead you into the like this is a highway. Um, so it doesn't seem to me that she would, even if she's lost, that she would just kind of start going down like, well, this road isn't taking me where I need to go, so maybe I should just turn down this road and see where it takes me or something like that. And again, even though it's, it's very open land out here, I mean, the roads in the area are paved. So I was just thinking about some of those stories where people have kind of driven off into an area they didn't know, and they kind of kept going, or they turned down another road because it was better than the road they were on. And, you know, months later they find the car and sometimes never even find the person. But I mean, it's just everything is so open. And I think of like, there's like the famous like Mara Murray case that a lot of people talk about, where she was driving along, and I admit I don't really know the details of that case that well, but it was kind of like she was out there driving around, or she was driving along, and like I think crashed her car, and like someone saw it and saw her, and she was acting kind of. I'm not even going to get into it because I don't know the case well enough. I don't want to start making speculations about other stuff. I wonder if I could, like, Oregon. Start with 27th. See if it, like, gives me, I don't know. I know, because I know there's places you can go to that'll give you, like, exact weather from the past. But I think this is probably, okay, yeah, so this is November. They're giving the weather for November. Wait, so are the numbers on the bottom or the top? Okay, they're beneath the number. Yeah, so it looks like around this time, and this is Hepner specifically, so it looks like around the end of the month, it was fairly cool at night. You've got like, the weather was around freezing around the but this is the 25th, so like this is more when she would have been missing. So it looks like it wasn't, and of course that's just in Hepner. I mean, you go such and such miles this way, such and such miles that way, and I'm just gonna look at spray just for the heck of it. Yeah, so they're already saying maybe snow, but this is of course days later. Wonder if I can just put spray into here and it'll give me something. This is, no, it just gave me Hepner again. Well, and also Spray is such a small town, but yeah, I mean, still that kind of shows that the weather around that time was teetering just above freezing. And again, that's just here, but it would suggest that it probably didn't get, it didn't seem to quite dip below freezing, so this reservoir wouldn't have, it seems like it wouldn't have been, well, it's a reservoir. Like, how often do reservoirs actually freeze over? I mean, I guess water's water in most cases, as opposed to, like, ocean salt water, which, of course, the ocean doesn't really, I've heard about a few random examples of that, but yeah, it seems to me that this, at that time, end of November, this wouldn't have been frozen over. Probably wouldn't have even quite been ice in there. As just a reference, if, in fact, we're looking at the right area. So like it seems like at nighttime it was getting fairly cool, at least in Hepner. Hold on, I'll be right back. Oh man, almost tripped and broke my leg. I need to adjust. I need to adjust my life. Yeah, exactly. You would see the break in the ice. And yeah, I wouldn't, especially since it, even if it did dip just below freezing, like, it takes a while. Like, even if it's just a little, you got like a little like creek in your backyard, it would take a while of being cold before it would actually ice over. And this is a much bigger body of water than some little creek running through your backyard. So that's really strange. I'm gonna, this is how I remind myself of stuff. I want to keep that keep it in my mind, or on my mind, I guess you would say. Because that is all, yeah, it seems like, I mean, based on what little I know from seeing this, it seems like checking that reservoir would be kind of a no-brainer, you know? And I do, so yeah, so I got some, because I want to keep that around. It wouldn't, it's possible, maybe it got referenced on, you know, I just want to just take a quick glance. I would just wonder if maybe there's something on Reddit. Nah, just keto diet stuff. I mean, you have to dig in for a little while to really. Sometimes you gotta dig around this place they call Reddit to find what you're looking for. And so I definitely, I got a gift. No, I'll look at that later. I'm busy. So that's definitely very, very strange circumstances considering the place and all that. And I am going to adjust you. I'm gonna shift the TV, not shift the TV, shift the camera back to my TV. But yeah, I'll definitely keep an eye on that. And that's why I took those screen captures to, because now those will be on my computer and they'll be there as like recent images, so that they'll be there. And I have like a couple different folders on my computer that I put like specifically specific stuff for specific types of things I look into, like, keep the unsolved mystery stuff together. If there's one big video I'm working on, throw all that stuff into one. thing together. Ah, you left me, YouTube. I think it should pick up right where it left off, though. Okay, good. We're still here. Nope, because it went back to this dumbass football thing. Oh, please tell me you're not gonna make me go through all this. Don't you do it. Okay, actually, I think, and oh no, that's fine. I was more than happy to glance at that. That will probably be the most productive thing that happens in this live stream, considering this needle in a haystack type research that I'm doing. But I have that information. I'm even just gonna keep the tab open. But that coin thing I opened up, that was like, it says the article was from 24 hours ago, so it's a yesterday's report. So, but yeah, it's one thing when somebody disappears in the city, which can sometimes be more complicated because it's like, God only knows you're in a city with hundreds of thousands of people. Who knows what happened? But there's something more, like, so much more ominous about being kind of more in the open area. Okay, I think this thing backed up to where I initially started, which isn't that bad. Yeah, I just have to skip forward a ways, which, whatever, no big deal. No skin off my nose. I was forgetting what the term was. That adjusted. Okay, that's good enough. Yeah, and it's just strange things happen, and sometimes they're strange because some creep or freak was out there, looking for a victim, and sometimes it's bizarre accidents. There was a case. There's a really good YouTube channel if you're into true crime. There's a guy called Criminally Listed that I love, and he does these videos. Are usually like 3 stories, and they're mostly unsolved murder stuff. And I love his voice, and I just like the full vibe. And he finds a lot of cases that I've never heard of. But there was a case, and I want to say it was from another country even. But there were 2 friends. I want to say they were either like near the end of high school or they were like early into college. They were really young. And they got in their car and they were going to drive from one spot to another, and they just disappeared. And for a long time, people thought, I can see that because he's got that very, like, welcome back to Criminally Listed, but before today's video, I want to tell you about Raid Shadow Legends. I love his voice, but yeah, I admit, the content and the very steady, almost monotone level of his voice, I can see that being a little unnerving at nighttime. But yeah, and I think they eventually found the girl's car. And it was thought that they were probably abducted, and I want to say even people were like arrested and looked into as possibly being involved in their disappearance. In the end, and I want to say it was many, many years later, they found out that what really happened was they just accidentally they just kept investigating, and they found out that what really happened was they just accidentally swerved off the road, and they went into a body of water and likely drowned. And it took years for them to reach that conclusion. And there's another instance where you've got, people thought there was foul play involved, but it was just a, really unfortunate accident that happened. That's one of the things that's so, I think, gripping about mysteries, but also what is so frustrating about them, just from a like an investigative standpoint, not even the emotional side, which is a whole other situation. And like I've never had a really truly bizarre Actually, I can't say that now. I was gonna say I've never had. This is that really creepy one. I've never had anybody in my family disappear mysteriously and never be found. Because if I did, I'd be doing videos about that. I'd be investigating that till my eyeballs turned red. However, now granted, this was like 2013 when I heard about this. This is like 8 years ago. There was my mom's uncle, Uncle Bill, who was a very well-to-do fellow. He ended up passing away, and he left he had all this money, and he left a lot of it to, he spread it around amongst his family. And my mom got she got like $30,000, but there was this other chunk of money he had aside that was going to be spread between like my mom, my uncle, and my mom's oldest brother had two kids, Anthony and Sean. I don't ever remember meeting Sean. I met Anthony once that I can remember, and Anthony actually he got real lost in life. He had a kind of a deadbeat piece of crap for a dad and kind of a loony for a mom, and he ended up really falling off the deep end, and he became a drug addict, and he broke into a man's home kind of near Ladd's Addition. It was like 20th and Stevens or something like that. And when the guy and his daughter came home, they could tell that, oh man, is that what's his name? Dick Cavett. Just an older Dick Cavett. I think I had no, not quite to new videos yet. But what was I saying? What was I talking about? Oh yeah, so the man and his daughter could tell that somebody had broken into their house, and I think Anthony even like stuck his head out and was like, "Don't come in here." And so they didn't, and the police were called, and Anthony thought, this is it. I'm like going off to, I'm going off to jail. And he didn't want that, so he stepped out, and as I understand it, he stepped out on the porch and started waving a weapon around, and the police had to shoot him dead on sight. That was like 2002, I think. So he was dead and gone by this point. And Sean, who I don't think I've ever met, and I don't think Sean was, I want to say he had some issues too. But at the time that they were trying to figure out how to disperse this money, they were stuck. And my mom told me that the reason they couldn't disperse it yet was because some of that money was supposed to go to Sean, and nobody had any idea where Sean was. And as far as I know, I don't think my mom has gotten that money yet. So it's possible that Sean could be missing. And actually, I could probably figure it out, because one of the things I told you earlier about how Anthony and Sean's mom was kind of a loony. One of the things she did was, for both of her sons, she would combine the names of two states for their middle name, which is creative, but I also think it's because she was kind of a loony that she did that. So Anthony's middle name was Utahzona. And Sean's middle name is Canzarato. So if I looked him up, I could... Of course, I don't know exactly how they spelled Canzarato, but I'm just wondering if he's... Uh-oh. I'm seeing multiple mugshots. And it's like, what are the odds that there's somebody else with the same first name and last name as this guy, whose name is Canzarato? There's only one result, but there's a bunch of oh no. This is not good. I think that's him. He's definitely older. I'm not showing you because I don't really, I mean, I don't really care that much. I don't know. This is only showing him as living in. Then again, I don't really know where this guy lived. Um. Oh, okay. There's multiples. I would think. Yeah. I don't know. There's only one source of this name. I'm just interested. And also, I'm not 100% certain if I'm spelling his last name right. And he would have just been a little bit older than me. So he would have been born probably into the 70s early. So he'd be like probably about 40-ish now. Anyway, they couldn't find him. They couldn't reach him. He just kind of disappeared. I don't know. I just kind of did a quick search to see if I could find him. So, I mean, technically there is somebody in my family who might be missing for a while, but something tells me if he was missing, he was probably hiding out because he probably had committed some kind of a crime, or there was maybe even like warrants out against him. Tragically, that's kind of how that chunk of well, my mom had three brothers, but two of them were stepbrothers. Tony was the one who was the father of Anthony and Sean. Then there was my uncle Steve, who I was named after. He unfortunately became kind of a homeless alcoholic later in life. He sadly kind of just threw his life away. I remember him being a really cool guy when I was a little kid, but he ended up being this guy that just roamed the streets of Northern California. And then there's my Uncle Rob, who's the only one that's actually directly, like 100% siblings with my mom. Or, they have the same father, in essence. And then my mom was the youngest, and oh man, I'm just realizing how much older I'm getting. My mom turned 60 in September, so officially both my parents are in their 60s. My dad turned 60 frickin' 8 in April. I mean, I ain't wishing him a happy birthday, but still, it's just... Okay, yeah. I think I am finally at videos I haven't seen yet. What's this, W Ned? What's up, W Ned? Because, yeah, I'm trying to keep up with this list. Yeah, okay. AM simulcast and... Okay, I know right where I'm at now. Okay. Any luck? Nope, just color bars. The usual. The usual suspects. Anything interesting happen? And, with this case, as much as other things, there's cases that they thought would just never get resolved. They resolved the Golden State Killer. The guy was like 900 years old by the time they found out, but they finally figured out it was him. And it's just amazing because now they can take like DNA and, even sometimes if they can't figure out who the victim is, they can sometimes figure who they are out by doing DNA testing that like connects to their siblings. And they've been able to do that with the DNA that they've taken off of victims. So they can determine who the suspect is related to, even if they can't figure out exactly who the suspect is, which narrows your list down from everyone to like a handful of people. Like it's insane what we're capable of doing now. So it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of cases that were thought to never be, as long as they have some kind of DNA or something, There's gonna be some wild old cases that we can probably finally find resolutions to. Unsolved murders, unsolved serial killings. So you can never say die when it comes to resolving most crimes. I mean, a lot of the crimes I cover on my channel are crimes that I feel are likely to never be resolved, mostly because they're so obscure. Like the video I did about the bones under the dance hall. Well, I mean, they obviously figured out who the victim was, and I address who I think was probably who everyone kind of thinks was responsible, but still nobody really knows what happened to the guy, or what happened to all the workers that were living in that dance hall that all just disappeared overnight. All these mysteries. And the next one, the new video I'm working on, I'm even more convinced there's never... Well, and first of all, the police claimed that they resolved it. I think they covered it up. But I won't go too deep into that because I don't want to spoil that video. And I got a couple days off, so I'm probably going to be working on that a little bit here and there. And I pretty much got it ready. I'm still working on the voiceovers. Here's this television code crap again. But... yeah, it's this channel. Is this Omaha? Yep, good old Omaha. Just gonna skip Omaha videos every time. No Omaha. And yeah, pretty much what I did recently, I've seen this one. I think this is a repeat. Pretty much what I started doing recently was I literally went into the big, massive newspaper database, and I typed the word mystery. I'm going to try doing unsolved mystery as well, which will narrow down results, and then I would just pick a time period, like 1910 to 1950. Go. And that's how I stumbled onto the Stanger case, was just by doing one word. And that popped up. And you can go even more in depth if you want to narrow down your searches on there, just like, you know, pretty much any other kind of search engine. You know, instead of just doing mystery, do mystery murder, in quotes, or mysterious murder, in quotes. And you'll be amazed the random stuff you'll find. And it's stuff that's, you know, was a big deal for like a week and is now forgotten. So even just in the last couple of weeks, I've stumbled onto a few new things. I stumbled onto this really interesting story that I feel like I can tell here because I'm probably not going to do a video about it because they resolved it. But when William Howard Taft was president, he did a visit to Oregon. And when he passed through Portland, authorities discovered a handgun in a gutter right along the route that Taft was driving down. And people were wondering, like, did someone stash this gun here because they were planning on assassinating Taft? And then it turned out it was somebody that was, like, with his detail, somebody that was, like, traveling with him, and when they jumped off of his car, their gun fell out and landed in the gutter. At least that's the explanation that was given, and there was no further discussion after that. But, like, you know, you find little stuff like that, and for a brief moment I thought, oh my god, am I uncovering, like, a forgotten, botched presidential assassination attempt? Alas, no, but still, like, I stumbled onto that by absolute chance. This couple of articles. People, you know, for about 24 hours, people were wondering, like, was somebody waiting to assassinate Taft as he passed through Portland? And, you know, there's the urban legend about the White Eagle Saloon in Old Town Albina that anarchists used, there was like a small anarchist group used to meet there, and that they discussed plans on assassinating Teddy Roosevelt. I think that was more just a urban legend. I don't think they ever found any actual evidence to defend that. But still, it's an interesting story. Ah, the bluish-white screen of death. Oh, hello. I haven't seen that before. They're not even going, like, Just color bars. They're just like, there's no programming here. You can run along now, children. Season's greetings. All right, I just took my dry eye. I saw this one. This was one I saw. I think this is another repeat. Unless I got further into this thing than I thought. But no, some of these aren't familiar to me, so I think there's just some that are, well, they might not even be repeats as much as like they're clips from generally the same time, maybe within a couple of weeks or months of each other, and they use the same ending on the, some news stations would use the same outro for years. Utica, New York, Channel 2, so, okay, 1988, we're right in that wheelhouse. God, I hope I find, like, just one missing persons thing. Just one, and I will be a happy camper. I mean, happy for the sake of making a discovery, not happy that this strange, bizarre case is happening, and if it's real, it likely means something really bad happened to this woman out of Chicago. But that's why we're here. There's this kind of small little tight-knit group of random people diving into this Joanna Lopez thing. The Reddit group is now up to 173 people. It's just color bars. Same old crap. Oh, they made me an avatar. That's what that gift was on Reddit. They made me an avatar. That's kind of a cutie, I guess. Yeah, what the heck? Yeah, good. That's fine. That's good. I don't have a picture on my Reddit, so now I'll have something, I guess. Oh, so this is like several minutes and nothing. Yeah, it just kind of went straight to that. Nothing, but nothing. Come on, give me something. I don't need bars of color. I need a miracle is what I need at this point. I did glance at the yes, there hasn't been any updates on Reddit, which, I mean, the most recent thing was only like 2 days ago, so it's not like nothing's going on. I'm gonna tell you, I know this is about trying to do the right thing and trying to make a discovery, but I'm gonna be so annoyed if someone finds an old sign off like this before me, because I'm like, man, I've already put like 5 hours into this, and someone else is going to do like 15 minutes of research and just stumble onto it. I'll be like, you bastard. I mean, good for you. You found something that I was hoping to see. So, the important thing is actually finding something. The worst thing is in the world is when you have a lot of people researching one thing and one person finds something and it kind of makes everybody else involved kind of bitter, envious, like, well, it should have been me. I worked really hard. And I'm like, dude, this is no place for your incel behavior, young man. And that's the toxicity of a lot of investigative, a lot of things that people go into trying to investigate is you get the egos. Arkansas, you run deep in me. Okay. But yeah, the egos start getting involved, and that's where you start getting all these people that are like, my theory's right, you're wrong, and they start arguing and bickering about these little details, and people will just start blatantly lying about stuff, either directly lying to other people or lying to themselves about what they're actually seeing, because they can't, they can't accept that, God forbid, you don't know everything. And that's part of the reason why, I've legitimately been studying the JFK assassination since I was 7, since I was too young to even understand it. I've written a book about it that didn't get published, but my dad, without my permission, went off and printed a copy, and I still have that in a little, like, box that he printed up at, like, Kinko's or something. And I've been studying and studying and studying, and there's a series I'm doing about J.D. Tippit, which is the guy that Lee Harvey Oswald supposedly shot after supposedly shooting JFK, which not what happened. But anyway, because this is 72, this is a little too early. But yeah, and I've pretty much gotten all the voiceovers written and or recorded. It's just a matter of sitting down and editing the whole thing together. I've actually edited the second episode because that was the easiest one. But it's going to be a 4-part series of me delving into why I don't think Lee Harvey Oswald killed Tippit either. But anyway, it's a roundabout way of getting to it, but I've been studying this thing for, over 25 years now. And that being said, with all that I've done looking into it, I have no interest in being part of the JFK assassination research community, even if we generally more or less kind of have similar perspectives on the case. And it's because that environment is so horribly toxic, and everybody thinks they've got the answer, and they don't. To this day, nobody knows for certain who shot from where, who said you need to be here, but everyone says they do. And the thing is, one guy will interview one person and get one interesting piece of information that they think hasn't been known, and they'll just take that little piece of information and run with it forever, because they're like, oh, I found something original in this case that thousands of people have looked into over and over again. And, they just want so hard to believe that they found something unique and that they're going to find something that no one else has contemplated. And even if, that's their efforts have been shown to be not really useful, or what they thought to be the case was inaccurate, they'll just stick by it. That's actually interesting that you mentioned that, because when I was young, I don't know how I did it, but I did kind of a little movie thing by myself. This is like when I was like 15. I don't have it anymore. I'm pretty sure I recorded over it. And it was based around the theory that JFK was shot by someone in the storm drain under the sidewalk, which could have happened. There was a storm drain there that someone could have had a straight shot on him. Oh man, Benson. And I kind of filmed this and I don't really remember how I went about doing it. It was when I was still young. I've kind of contemplated that over the years. I remember my dad suggested something to me. There was a woman who was filming the, one of the many people that was filming the president around the time he was assassinated. And she didn't really know how to use the camera that well, and she kept taking her eye off of the viewfinder to look at the president, so the video is just kind of all over the place. But they think from where she was standing, if she had stayed with the car, she might have caught, like, some of the grassy knoll and actually, like, catch somebody if they were firing. And so it's kind of the theory of, like, I think my dad's idea was, like, someone is researching and they stumble onto that video and, like, they find a way to go back in the past. And Elsie Dorman, that was the woman's name. And you find a way to get her to do the video right. And I'm like, well, if I'm going to go back in the past, why don't I just go and hide next to the grassy knoll, poke my head up? I guess I could get shot. That would be the bad. But get to a place where I can safely video that area. Uh-oh, we got a freaking out American flag again. That one scares me. Yeah, I've seen this outro before with the crazy flag freaking out in the background. I don't like this. I don't like it at all. And here's like the end. Oh my god, what is this? I'm guessing this is the sermon before they go off the air for the day? They're just zooming in closer and closer on Jesus from behind. It's just a bunch of video of a statue of Jesus on the cross. I'm guessing that's the star that they followed. Oh, it's an Easter message. That's what it is. It was Easter. It all makes sense now. And then Fat Albert comes out of absolute nowhere. Hey, the Fat Albert Easter special is going to be on Channel 5. News headlines with Tom Gregory. Well, come on, Tom. Ah. So that wasn't really quite a sign off. Okay, Council Bluffs, but this is 1988, so we're right in that wheelhouse. We hope you enjoyed our broadcast day, Iowa Public Television. I love how down to the second they post when they're gonna go live again. So at 6:57 and 46 seconds, you better have your television set, because it's starting. So this says just 45, so I wonder if that means it's like 12:45 in the morning. Ah, we lost it. And I'm just wondering, okay, so these are just end credit things. Because I'm obviously there's the potential that you could see like a missing persons thing. If they do like last notices before they actually go off the air, maybe there might be some missing person stuff in there, and that would still apply. Okay, 1984. Oh, this is the same channel. At Channel 5. I guess this is like a audio news comment. Hey, was that my boy? I just want to see. Was that Burt Lancaster I just saw? There he is, Burt Lancaster. Oh my God. There's the sermon. I'm so envious of my mother. My mom worked in an antique shop in Portland, and there actually would periodically be celebrities that would go in there. I know she told me Louis Anderson went in there once, but one day when my mom was working at this antique shop in Selwood, Burt Lancaster walked in, looking how he did, like, it was really not long before he died, and it was how he looked in Field of Dreams, because this was the early 90s. And he came in, and he said that, if you've ever seen Field of Dreams, oh God, not this flag again. If you've ever seen Field of Dreams and how Burt Lancaster's character is, very soft-spoken, very, very courteous, very sweet. My mom said when she met him and spoke to him, he was exactly like that. He was like the nicest, sweetest person in the world. And I'm just like, oh my God. You know, because I've got my big movie love. And there's so many actors from that other time. And, you know, Burt Lancaster was in a bunch of these noirs I love. And I'm just like, oh my God, I'd give a lot to have a chance to meet someone like that. I think my top 3 favorite actors from the old era, you know, the 30s, 40s, 50s, that era, in order. Number 3 is Edward G. Robinson. Iconic. Yeah. Number 2 is Cary Grant. And number 1 on my list is William Powell. Now that could be in part because when I first started watching older movies, I watched the Thin Man movies. And just William Powell is just... There's nobody quite like William Powell, you know? David Niven is probably the closest thing because he had kind of the pencil-thin mustache and the worldly way of speaking, but I met William Powell, and David Niven, sir, you are no William Powell. I liked David Niven just fine. He's just the closest thing I can think of to being a William Powell. William Powell was just iconic. And of Myrna Loy, who acted opposite him in the Thin Man movies, one of the most underrated actresses of Hollywood, the first like 50 years. So underappreciated. I know like they came out with the top 25 list greatest actresses and she wasn't on it, and I was like, where's the justice? The interesting thing is I think the top 2 actresses were Katharine Hepburn and Audrey Hepburn. And I like Audrey Hepburn, but kind of like Meryl Streep now, she's a little overblown. She wasn't that great of an actress, in my opinion. She was good. But I mean, there was some stuff like her acting in the movie she did with Cary Grant, Charade. I honestly thought her acting in that movie was, even for the 60s, was just too much. I like Audrey Hepburn. I like her just fine. My Fair Lady, iconic. I love My Fair Lady. I just, there's just a little too much Audrey Hepburn standing. And then I think it's funny, you see a lot of like really young people that'll have like, I've seen like young people with like the Audrey Hepburn like phone case for their cell phone. Then you ask them what their favorite, hey, what's up, Doug Flutie? They ask her, you ask them what their favorite Audrey Hepburn movie is, and they're just like, "Nah, I don't know. I really I like them all." And I'm like, you don't know any Audrey Hepburn movies, do you? You fraud. Like Katharine Hepburn being number one, I can totally understand that. She's not my most favorite, but I understand it. Much like, I don't like Gone with the Wind, the movie. I don't like it that. I mean, I like it, but I don't like it that much. But I understand why it has the reputation it does, why it's so high on most lists, but I don't really like it that much. Just from my own personal, perspective. Anyway, now I'm talking about Hollywood. I'm just trying to get... All I want is a damn missing persons thing. You gotta talk about everything in life. Only got about 10 seconds left. Oh, the Mormons again. Oh, and then it just died. It just went out. Well, okay then. Ooh, the end of another old movie. Man, that's sad. Oh man, another Easter message. Oh yes, this kind of similar thing. God, they're gonna drag me through this small town Americana outro again. Port Washington. Been there many times. Not really. Goal! No, you've been so like what's with this cutaway to the random soccer highlights? Oh, what is this? Ah, I went dead. Too recent. Oh man, speaking of, I mean, this is sad. And I was talking earlier about, these old cases getting solved with better technology and better this and better that. So it looks like, oh, I guess this isn't breaking. Someone on Reddit put it as breaking, but well, the error using the call letters and. Wait, what? This is kind of cool. Oh, so they were using like an old TV to play contemporary. That's kind of cool. But yeah, this was like a month ago because it says posted November 9th, 2021. But Walker County Jane Doe, Huntsville, Texas. Teenage girl that was found along Interstate 45, November 1st, 1980. Attacked, strangled, left for dead. She was known as the Walker County Jane Doe, and they just, using extensive investigation and DNA testing, they identified her as Sherry Ann Jarvis, who they say was 14. when she disappeared. So, I mean, it's tragic. This is a murder. Yeah, even yeah, she was last seen the day before. Nothing. 96 is a little too recent. Okay, 85, back where I want to be. Yeah, and it looks like they gathered DNA from family members and were able to build a family tree of the person and narrow it down, and yeah. So they found, there's one of the many Jane Doe cases out there that's finally been resolved. She was from Stillwater, Minnesota. So I wonder, they kind of, it says that she didn't arrive in Huntsville where she was found until the day before she was found dead. So I wonder if she was traveling with family or if she was a runaway. Oh, it says when she was 13, she was removed from. Oh, this is their okay, I think this is. Oh, this is the statement that their family put out. So I was wondering why it was in italics. So she was 13 when the state removed her from our home for habitual truancy. She never returned to our home as promised in a letter we received from her shortly after her departure. She was deprived of so many life experiences as a result of her tragedy. And her parents, says her parents both passed away, not having any closure. That's what's so sad. Is, you find a resolution to something, but it's like 40, 50, 60 years later. And oftentimes, the parents of the victim don't find out before they pass away. That was something I discussed in my... God, I need to send that information. I've been meaning to send information about this case to a friend of mine, but there was a case, girl that disappeared in the 80s on the Oregon coast. And I read in a newspaper how, like, her mom, who had kind of declining health, and I think she was probably getting a little, they said that she was just kind of ruined by her sister's disappearance or her daughter's disappearance and likely death. And that she eventually, due to her health issues, she went like blind, I want to say. But she would say that she would like hear her or like, see her in a passing car. And I think it was just a lot of, the desire just to know what happened, having that psychological effect. So it ruins families. It can. Or at least parents. A lot of these people grow up and they have children, and so much of their life becomes about raising their children. And even when their children grow up and move out on their own, they want to know what's going on. When they have grandchildren, they want to see their grandkids. So much of your life is about your children, even as they grow up. And in this vein, that thing is taken from you, and you don't even get a resolution before you end up passing on. What was that? Oh, it's 96. It was too late anyway. Gotta keep my eyes on the titles. I also need to keep up. The only reason I even saw this Walker County Jane Doe thing was I just had my Reddit open and it said there was a new report, and I think I'm following the like page that it was on. Whoa, easy. I don't know what that was. It wasn't a missing persons poster, but was it KDBC? KDBC, where are you at? Sign off your line. Okay, so I'm at video 363. So that means I've done 63 videos so far, and this is a little bit later than I want. More filming off the TV with y'all's cameras. Oh wait, I've seen this one before. This is, I think, probably a repeat. Rocking that white Xbox and that MacBook. I like your style. Buffalo, oh, Masterpiece Theater. So this is going to be a PBS station. And the home. Oh, now we're doing Oh Canada. It's interesting because all these Buffalo specific channels, I'm seeing a lot of Canadian references. And of course, you know, Canada's right across the lake. I'm just finding it kind of interesting that there's a lot of Canadian stuff in relation to this Buffalo, New York, these Buffalo, New York stations. Maybe the stations cross over into Canada, so they're like, let's appease both. I could see that being a thing. Ah. Well, we tried. All right, so I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. I need to eat something. It's 5 o'clock. This is creepy. Star Spangled Banner and, oh, another one where it's Star Spangled Banner and Oh Canada. So I need to get some food in me, but again, my kitchen is right behind me, so I'm never far away. Gotta get some food in me, man. Sorry, skip that ad. Fuzzy Memories. It's because it's a Museum of Chicago, classic Chicago television, which means I've already checked it. And this is an older one, too. And I'm letting the water run because I want it to heat up because I need to wash something. And yeah. Ah, so it is right by Canada. So that actually makes a lot of sense. Even though it's a Buffalo station, it probably, I would guess, their signal crossed over to Canada. So they're like, all right, well, you know, we want you watching our, you know, we want as many viewers as possible. And I'm just letting my water run because it takes the water like 14 days to heat up in this sink. You know, small apartment life. Okay, there's like the credits. I mean, I know this is one I've already checked. I'm just double checking. You only got the color bars for a second that time. This is, okay, this is a different channel. Chicago channel, but it's a different channel. I want to go to where it transitions from color bars. Let's see if there's any blip or anything. Nope. So this is just an hour and a half of just this. I mean, Because I know, it could be sometimes randomly that, okay, is this the sign on? No, this is just them saying their broadcast day is over again. Right at the tail end of the video. I wonder if I noticed that when I first went through this. Because, yeah, they just had, like, for an hour and a half, they just had that. But now they have this, like, we're through for the day thing again. Hello? And there's a gun ad. The frick? I'm wondering if that's the... Oh, is it the sign on? Oh, yeah. So it signed off, but it only signed off for, like, a little over an hour. Sacramento High School Homecoming. Okay, I'm going to let this roll for a second on here just because I think the water's warm enough. God, this is a dummy thick package. Probably a chopped salad, though. It's like what kind of salad chopper thing? There you go. I want these big chunks. Yeah, I'm making a salad. Anything? Blast. You played me for a fool again. I take the trash out soon. Oh, Who TV. This just says NBC commercials from '88. I'm hoping that this is going to conclude with a. Here, NBC Nightly News with Tom Brokaw. Hello, I'm Tom Brokaw, and this is NBC News tonight. The Sally Jesse Raphael Show. Wow. I'm just finishing prepping my salad. Oh, okay, I see you. Oh no, is this a PSA? This looks very sad. There's Grandpa. Ah, there we go. forthcoming? Oh, the weather report. That's kind of interesting. So instead of going color bars, they're just going to like unending weather forecasts? Okay. What is this? Wait, are these new videos that are popping up now? Is that what's going on? Oh, okay, it is. I got really thrown there. This is 85. Okay, valid. Oh, cut to black mighty quick there. And it's a possibility. I might even just let this continue going even after I get to a point where I want to start doing other stuff. Unless, of course, I need my phone for something, which I'm currently using to live stream. Just kind of let it go, you know? Or even if I stop live streaming, kind of letting it go, just letting this play in the background. And, like, you know, glancing up and, God, who knows? Sorry, we'll advance to the next video, but I'm currently stirring up my salad. So for the next little bit, you might be hearing crispity, crunchity noises. Well, that's just me. This is a short one. It looks like it's late 70s, early 80s. Oh man, there's a little bit of pepper in the salad, and pepper goes straight down my throat. Ooh. Okay, that was about it. This is Louisville. I don't know, you've done me dirty a few times with that doggone Confederate flag. Oh, then it just goes out. 1994. Ah, thank you so much for stopping by. I understand that game of your phone dying. My phone always almost dies on me during those 9-hour shifts at work, and I always forget to bring my charger. So I know the phone dying game. But thank you for stopping by and watching me as I dig and I dig and I dig. 86, this looks older. It could just be that this is on a probably off a VHS recording, because this looks older in the mid-80s. Northern California. Well, that's kind of cool. They took a bunch of fours and turned it into a bridge, which, I mean, that's something San Francisco's got a lot of. Bridges. Not a lot of time. Oh my god. What the hell is happening outside? Can't tell if these guys are having too much fun or if they've been drinking. This is 79, Tulsa. Microwave transmitter. You got a microwave? Me too. I got a microwave on my counter behind me. It's just amazing to me how many the backlog that people have of stuff. The fact that there's so many random sign-offs that people have on recording. Oh, no, there's that goddamn Confederate flag again. There's William Howard Taft. Ah, yes, dinner. I'm having my, I guess it's getting close to dinner time, but this is kind of my lunch. I'll have to figure out a dinner vibe for later. Yep, that'll do it for that one. Oh man, sports guys. Alright, so this is the video 377, so this is the 77th one I've checked so far. I said goodnight, not this one again. Bye. Is that it? Nope. Joliet, Chicago. Oh, it's a pay TV sign on, so I get excited when I see something from Chicago, but that's the wrong type of sign, and it's not even like a local television. Well, it's not like an NBC or ABC affiliate, something like that. Home Theater Network. Based out of Portland, Maine. They said there was audio crossover, so I'm guessing we're gonna hear like radio feedback. It's kind of frightening, mixed with the static. But 99 is pretty close. Valley City and Fargo. Good night, Fargo. What be this? Alright, see what happens. Lancaster, Pennsylvania. And then just blong. That's cool, but it don't apply to our sitch. I'm sorry, I'm briefly not talking as much because I'm eating. That was cute. Not relevant, but man, she was tired of using the same old mop. Partial station sign off from maybe 1978. Oh, this is also Museum of Chicago Television. Man, with color bars. I don't remember seeing this though. I feel like I would remember this. This is kind of ominous. Picking up audio from something. Oh, man. Chipmunk voices. That was frightening. This is 78. It's a little 77. A little earlier than my target, but what the heck. There's... Yeah. So we don't actually get the sign off. Or the full sign off. Because my focus is what's happening after the sign off is over. It looks like no dice. All right. Okay, thank you for your patience. I just had to suck down that salad. What the hell is this? The Great Late Movie. I can't believe I've been doing this for over 3 hours. Makes sense though, I started a little after 2 o'clock. It's a little after 5:30 now. Okay, got about 20 seconds left. Give me some missing person magic. Nope, just this crap. You know what? 7 is not best. 7 is a pain in the ass that ruins my hopes and dreams. Move on to the next one. Oh, we got some ads. Give your hair the moisture it craves. Next of us. No. Or no. Arby's, we have the meats. This guy's kind of Oscar Isaac looking. Like a little more pudgy in the face. Oscar Isaac looking. What's this? Yeah, this is Chicago, I figured. This is from 79. WGN. If only they knew. WGN 2021, your station is still kicking. And you're even picked up nationally. Of course, it seems like WGN, all they really do is play like syndicated television. But I mean, whatever. It's a place to find the occasional shows you want. Hello. And there goes color bars. The title says sign off and color bars with testing. Oh, well, there goes the color bars. I've seen enough static to last a lifetime. Look at all this crap. This is another one of those tapes. It's like, okay, now there's the color bars are back. And this is something I'd actually be interested in checking, you know, in case randomly, you know, we've got almost 2 hours of sign-off time. The color bars come back. Could something come back with them? Again, you know, some channels would start playing stuff in the middle of the night after being on color bars for a while. They might be color bars for a few hours. Play something, go back to color bars, and then start their, you know, usual sign-on. There's just color bars again, nothing. Oh, what's this, though? Now I'm just looking for the oddities amidst the color bars. Television. After hours. Yeah, I don't know. Looks like they're still trying to do their color bars. They were just kind of losing their signals, getting all messed up. Or, yeah, this might be the testing part. Or it's just, I don't know, this just looks like their signal's all messed up. Or it looks like a bad VHS recording of a messed up signal. Because this just looks like an old VHS tape here. That's just weathered. What the hell was that? There was someone's face that showed up. Right there. What is that? I can't get it to pause in the right spot. It's at about 1834. No, there it is. I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. I want to know what this is. Dang it. Okay, hold on. Okay, so it's like right at 35. Whatever. I saw a face in there briefly, which doesn't make sense. Why would that be there? And all this crackle, like if anything, what should be existing behind all this? Yeah, see, there's something that's trying to be played through this. But it's just all staticky. Staticky. Yeah, there's more than just color bars back there. Wonder what that is, though. It looks like it just does this for a while. Yeah. There's something. And then you can see it's starting to make its way back to the color bars. Some fun late night action in Chicago. Now we're back to color bars. Anything? Yeah. Oh, going back to this again. Oh, God, you're gonna interrupt me with an ad in the middle of this juicy drama to play this dumb Jared Leto Gucci ad. You're killing me, man. Which is interesting because Jared Leto's in House of Gucci, and he has the voice of a like prepubescent child. It's kind of unnerving. Just a lot of static. I don't know if I'm seeing anything in the background this time. However, it looks like it's just a lot of static. I'm not seeing anything in this mystery. Yeah, it's just a bunch of messy mess. Whoa. And then you actually have like some TV at the end. I missed a little bit less. Too late. Just a little bit too late. That last video was interesting though. I swear I saw someone's face in that mix of chaos. 1984, Como, Seattle. Oh, and this is kind of a long one too. Overnight teletext service. Oh wait, hold on. Is this like a missing persons thing? It says missing kid right there, Steve. I mean, this is not. But we have a missing persons thing. It's not quite after the end of the day, but it looks like it's like during the night. Okay, let's just slow down. Okay, see, we've got information. Richard Ricky Barnett case. You got the case number. It just says scars. What does that mean? But okay, I mean, you've got some general info here. Age, dark brown hair, dark brown eyes. And this says overnight. So this is almost kind of relevant, and this is November 1984. But it's late. It's the same kind of general time period, presumably, if this is supposed to be in the realm of being overnight. This is Seattle. So you've got a missing kids report. This looks like a little news program. How does this start? Okay, I think this is like the TV station. So this is more like this is being reported on the news. There's the phone number to call and an actual organization. But yeah, see, that was by itself. Is there any more news? Or was that just... Yeah, no, that was just kind of its own thing. It was just this brief missing kids report with valid information. I'm actually going to turn the volume up briefly and just so we can watch the whole thing. Always get the volume up a little bit. Yes, I have to do this manually with my hand. My friend gave me this TV, and even when it was his, he didn't have a remote. Okay, so here's the full clip.
Approximately 50,000 children are affected by strangers each year. Ricky Barnett is one of them. He was taken from his grandmother's yard near Grangeville, Idaho in August of 1982. Ricky is now 40 years old. Dark brown hair, dark brown eyes, and a scar over his left eye and one under his right eye. If you have information about Ricky, call Childline toll-free at 1-800-431-5005. Use his case number 2008 when you call. Como Childline. Need your help.
Yeah. So, it's a missing report. Missing kid. And it wasn't like, it looked like that was probably from their news station, but it wasn't like part of the news broadcast, because from here, yeah, see, we're going into like, yeah, it's like they go to this and then it goes to this, like, yeah, so this is like the end of the broadcast. So they did that right before the end of the broadcast. And it was more of a, it was like a news report as opposed to just a banner. But still, pretty simple graphics. You got the picture. It's not the best quality picture. In fact, I'm looking him up right now, and I'm already seeing better quality pictures of him. So he would be like in his early 40s now. But yeah, because I said he was missing from Idaho. And I can see pictures of him. It's clearly the same kid. Yeah. Yeah, if I turn you around, I don't want to do that. But if I direct you to my computer, like, yeah, you can see this is the same kid. I see a Charlie project, so I'm guessing this is the same child. Hold on, let me drop this down so you can see it better. Yeah, so this is the same kid. I can tell it's the same picture. Missing from Grangeville, Idaho since last day of August 1982, and this video is November 1984, so he'd already been missing almost 2 years at this point. Non-family abduction. But yeah, the fact that he has a Charlie Project thing leads me to believe he was never found. He had hip braces on both legs to correct a bow-legged condition. Braces removed right before Caucasian male. Okay, see, this is what I'm interested in. Okay, so it says, okay, so Richard was visiting his paternal grandparents, and they ran a dairy farm in the Grangeville, Idaho area. The farm was 7 miles north of Grangeville and encompassed several hundred acres. Richard had been staying there for a couple of weeks with his father. Okay, Richard was last seen sitting in a hay wagon in front of one of the chicken barns. While dozens of workers were unloading a delivery of chickens, he has never been heard from again. His family started searching for him only 15 minutes later, but no one found any clue of his whereabouts. Called the police. Bloodhounds tracked his scent to a fence line on the northwest part of the farm. Actually, I want to say I've heard of this case. This sounds really familiar. I think I may have stumbled onto this in relation to, I was looking up information about the I think it was like the Lewiston Valley serial killer, which I want to do a video about, and I looked up info on different people who had disappeared from that general area, and I remember hearing something about a little boy that was visiting his grandparents on their farm, and he just disappeared, so this is very much along those lines. They tracked him to the fence line on the northwest part of the farm, then lost the trail. Extensive search of the farm, turned up no sign of the child. His grandparents were suspects in his disappearance for almost 2 decades afterwards. Martha, his grandmother, reportedly acted oddly, and although she took a polygraph exam, the results were inconclusive. She and her husband disliked Richard's mother and wanted someone else to raise him, and it was theorized the child's grandparents secretly placed him in an underground adoption ring. Martha took another polygraph in 2001 and passed and was cleared of any involvement in her grandson's death, because we know polygraphs are 100% accurate. Waldo, which that's the grandfather, also agreed to take a polygraph, but he died before the exam could take place. Another theory is that one of the temporary workers on the farm was involved in Richard's disappearance, but police could find no evidence to implicate him. And it looks like he's never been seen since. And yeah, I think I stumbled onto this case briefly when I was looking up stuff about that serial killer, like about a year ago. And then randomly, that popped up here. Yeah, straighten this out again. Man, what's up with all this damn noise outside? Hold on, I'm back in, because I can't quite get as wide of a view as I want. So yeah, so that's pretty close to what I was looking for, in that, you know, right before, kind of at the end of their broadcast, because now they're kind of just doing this through the night, and you can see it's 12 a.m. Or no, it's oh no, 2:34. I think I saw the numbers there. Yeah, so if it's 2:34 a.m. according to this, yeah, that means that report of the missing kid happened around 2:28, 2:29. Yeah, it was right before the end of their broadcast day, which the end of their broadcast day is kind of almost the way like an access channel is, how they'll just kind of repeat general information like this, kind of just on repeat when they don't have actual content playing. But I mean, there we are. There was an actual like missing persons, kind of a brief missing persons bulletin given, and given 2 years after he disappeared. It almost looks like that was recorded to just be placed in there, because the rest of it is just this. So it's a little over 30 minutes long. It's mostly this, but it starts with this little report here, and this kind of lends some, and this is 84, it's a few years earlier, but it lends some credence to this idea, because I thought it was so weird that Joanna Lopez, like, they would put this missing persons thing up at the end of the broadcast day, but here we are, this little brief missing child report. Yeah, exactly. That's what other people were saying about the Joanna Lopez thing, that they remembered seeing these a lot as kids, and the pictures were always not the best quality, and they would happen around this time. And here we have at least one kind of example of that coming from the 80s. And it makes a little bit of sense to this idea of Joanna Lopez being reported like at the end of the broadcast day like that. Yeah. So that was kind of along the right lines. Here's another, back to the same old gobbledygook. Yeah, I was born in 85 too, and I don't remember those ads, but then again, you know, I was young. I didn't really have incentive. I just remember the occasional like creepy horror movie that would come on in the middle of the night and wake me up. And I remember being woken up by the color bars in tone and sometimes just the scratchy static and being kind of freaked out like by that as a kid. But I don't remember the missing person things. Part of the reason why I'm doing this, if I would have remembered them, I would have just joined the group. Like, hey, because that's kind of been the big thing in the Joanna Lopez thing recently. Is more and more people coming out and saying, yeah, I remember this kind of stuff from that time. Because a lot of people were thinking, it's probably fake. Why is it happening so late in the evening? It doesn't make sense. But now we're kind of seeing that, a lot of people have come out and said, no, like, I remember them happening. Nothing with this one, though. But I do want to keep track, so... yeah. Oh man, that coming on after the other shows that are already. Yeah, I remember being. My mom loved watching the old Robert Stack Unsolved Mysteries, and I'd watch it with her, and usually I'd just be kind of like, okay, that's interesting, and then there'd be just some cases that would just scare the crap out of me. I remember my mom. It's going a little off topic from there, but again, being kind of freaked out as a kid by stuff. I remember my mom was watching a Manson family documentary, early 90s, and our apartment, we were in unit number 1. There was like 3 units on one side of a courtyard and 3 on another, and there was a laundry facility by unit 4, so like diagonal all the way across the property from our apartment. And we were watching this Manson family thing. I was probably like 8, 9, and my mom had to go get the laundry, so she walks out of our apartment, leaves the front door open, probably because it was warm. And I remember sitting there, and we've been watching this Manson family stuff, and I put a blanket. I was so freaked out and scared, and my mom abandoned me. Yeah, Robert Stack, that damn voice of his. It was a night unlike this one, and the family was out for a drive. Oh, but yeah, and of course, my mom was friends with my friend Megan's mom, and she lived at Unit 5 right by there, and I think she stopped and talked to her for like 10 minutes, and I'm like, Mom, get home. I'm freaking out. You left the front door open. The Manson family's gonna walk right through our front door and kill me while you're busy talking to the neighbor. So yeah, I mean, and it makes sense. I mean, I still as an adult get creeped out by things I see. And I have to get up and like, if the, shades are open, close them down. If a door's open, you gotta close all those damn doors. What is this? Fort Lauderdale sign off, 1988. But I wanna, okay, yeah. I wanna open this video independently, kind of keep it by itself, that I just saw with the report of the missing child. Anything that's valid, I want to put aside, and I might post it to Reddit as like, oh, here's like another example. Because yeah, that pretty much happened at the end of their broadcast day. Oh man, you had to ride your bike all the way home. No, I'd be like, the whole time I'd be like, you know what? I give up. Come take me. I can't handle this fear. And I never really watched America's Most Wanted as a kid. I remember watching Rescue 911 randomly a lot as a kid, and not realizing how ridiculous the reenactments were. But yeah, I definitely remember watching Unsolved Mysteries with my mom, but I want to say I was a little bit older. I was more like 10, 11, 12 when we saw them. They're probably like on syndication. And with that, we end the broadcast day. With this really grainy old video of Lady Liberty. Looks like that's all you got for us. Oh man, and Cops. Me and my girlfriend will watch old Cops episodes. Cops is so freaking addictive. Just like at least once every episode, there was like the guy, they get pulled over or tracked down, and like you saw them throw a bag of drugs in the bushes, like you see it on video. You get into their car, there's drugs and stuff in their car, and they're always like, no, 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 that's not me, that's not my car. No, I didn't do that. I didn't throw the drugs. They're like, we got you on video. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. That's not my car. No, that's my cousin's car. Like, if we search the car, are we going to find anything, that's going to get you in trouble? No, 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 search all you want. There's nothing in there. And they find like 400 crack pipes. Like, no, 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 that's my cousin's. That's not mine. And obviously, we know why they're doing it. But I was always so entertained by just the blatant denial in the sight of absolute proof. And the guys that would just be like jumping fences and stuff. And, people trying to keep their freedom. I get it. But oh man, Cops was entertaining. There was an episode that me and my girlfriend watched. It was in Vegas, and there was these two no, 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 no. But there was these two guys living in a rundown apartment in Vegas, and one guy apparently took a lamp and just smashed it on the other guy's head, and he's all bloody, and calls the cops, and the police come over, and they're like, why'd you do this? And the guy's like, pretty much told them he was sleeping too loud and it was annoying them. Oh yeah. Oh no. Yeah, I could see people as kids seeing the Diane Downs thing and being like, yeah, God, Diane Downs, I mean, beyond the fact that, she did what she did, she just loved getting all this attention for it. And I'm just like, what a piece of crap. And Diane, and I don't mind saying this because she was such a piece of crap, Diane Downs was such an ugly fucking person. I don't mind shaming someone for their appearance when they've killed their children. I think there's certain instances where, I don't care. I'll call Diane Downs ugly as sin because she was, inside and out. Anyway, sorry. But yeah, God. But anyway, just to finish the cops thing. So this guy tells hey, what's up, Ken Murphy? He tells the police that like his friend was snoring too loud, and he just got mad and he smashed this he picked up a lamp and smashed it on his friend's head while he was asleep, and the cop reiterates that to him. He's like, so you're telling me that your friend was sleeping too loud, and so you smashed a lamp on his head? And the guy's like, yeah. And the cop stands there dead silent for 5 seconds, and then it's just like, you realize that doesn't make any sense, right? For some reason, that bit has always stood out to me. Just like, oh man. Just the most absurd of things. Wilmington, Delaware? Maybe? Oh, North Carolina. Isn't there a Wilmington, Delaware? Or am I just nuts? Yeah, you see, I always remember stations going off the air at around midnight, but a lot of them are going off around 2:30 in the morning. It's like they lived by like bar rules. A lot of bars I know close around 2:30, 3. Like when the bars close, our station's going off the air. And this is definitely too recent. I can just tell. Oh, it's a Survivor ad. I do not remember that episode. Granted, there's so many I haven't seen. And the purposely fell on the butcher knife. The cops oh man, that's, yeah, that's something to take in when you're young. Like, what the hell? And the one thing I remember always, even like as a kid seeing cops episodes, was every time they had to bust somebody at their like apartment, the apartments always looked exactly the same inside. There was always like a mattress like on the floor of the living room. It always looked like there was like 10 people living in like a one bedroom apartment. Everything was on the floor. The TV would be on the floor. The bed would be on the floor. There would always be like wrappers and stuff and food debris on the floor. There was always at least one cat wandering around. You didn't even know if the cat lived there. And tragically, there would always be like 3 or 4 like kids under the age of 4 just wandering around aimlessly. Everybody just looking really dirty. The guys always wore jeans that looked like they were like they'd been worn every day for the last like 10 years, big holes in the knees. The guy, especially if it was like at the early days of cops, the men always had this shaggy, almost mullet type hair with the push broom mustache. And always like, I don't know what happened. I don't know. Can I finish the sandwich? Oh man, just it's no wonder cops lasted as long as it did. I mean, you're watching these like really bad things happening often to really troubled or messed up people, but you can't help but laugh at some of the damn situations that would happen on that show. And actually my screenwriting and film studies teacher in college, one of her earlier jobs was she did production work on cops. I think like the first like 4 or 5 years. I want to find some old episodes from like 89, 90, 91. Her name's probably in the credits. I don't remember exactly when she worked on it or what her position was, but I remember she said in the earlier years of cops that she worked on that show. Oh man, we got really grainy. This is usually what would happen. This kind of very grainy. It's almost like the static mixing in with the video. That usually means when you'd use the coax cable. Was it coax? I don't know. When you used to have to actually like screw in the cord to the hook in on the back. If you hooked, and unhooked too much and the hookup would start getting bad, it would start making recordings kind of like this. And I've heard that. I've heard that that's kind of regarded as the show that was kind of the trendsetter for, the reality TV that's followed. I mean, there was, there was live stuff, and I know there was like a TV station that was predicated on people like calling in and telling people what to do next. No, we had when I was 4. I thought this was the coolest thing in the world. We got one of those big ass console TVs. If you could like hang it off the end of a crane and take out a building with it. I can already tell this is too recent. I think when we were like 4, and we had this TV till I was like 16. It lasted forever. But in later years, it would randomly start, the picture would start going black and white on us. And you'd have to walk up next to it and go BAM on the side of it, and the color would come back. Last like 3-4 years we had that TV, we would do that. I'm sure we have pictures and recordings, something. Pictures from my birthdays, anything from when we were at home, or that big ass console TV. Actually, I remember when I would like make little movies by myself with my VHS camera. If I was too lazy to hook one VCR into another, I would play back the video on that TV and set up my VHS camera, literally doing what I'm doing right now. Setting up the camera, the VHS camera on the TV and recording it. Of course, the quality wasn't this good because I was using a VHS camera recording off of an old console TV. But man, that thing was the best. That thing lasted forever. That was like the frickin' Honda of televisions. And we briefly had one of those old 80s top loader VCRs that later on me and my friend decided to do a Office Space parody video of, where instead of the copy machine not working anymore, the VCR stopped working, and we took it out to this field behind, actually the building where I did my media communications classes, senior year. Aim high, America. And we took it, there was a big field behind there because it used to be a middle school. And we just beat the hell out of it. We had a baseball bat and a crowbar, and we just beat the shit out of it. And I laid the song "We're Not Gonna Take It" over it. Just perfect. So this is a sign off and sign on. Yeah, there's nothing really there. Happy New Year! Got the sermon guy. Elvis. Weather forecast. Oh, so this is probably more like a brief news bit. It's like a news program is what it looks like. It's probably end of the day news. I actually kind of want to play this a little bit because maybe there'll be another missing child report thing. And this is Lincoln, Grand Island. So is it Lincoln, Nebraska? I don't know. But it looks like it's a news program, so I want to actually get some of that.
And weather. And a very pleasant good morning and welcome to our first newscast.
Good morning, buddy. Hell yeah, brother. No drunk driving accidents. That's always a win. That's cool. Oh man, we have a body though. It's 404. Looking at my computer. 40. Okay, so I've only gotten through. I got through 300 videos in about 4 hours. I'm about to hit 4 hours. And I've only gotten through 104 videos, but that's okay because I briefly got sidetracked. So this is more of a general newscast. It doesn't look like there's any, unless he, yeah, kind of just given the general info. All right, I'll see you in the morning then, boys. Well, thank you. I wish you a good night yourself. It is Lincoln, Nebraska. Hell yeah, brother. And then they're just like, all right, and we are out. German Professional Soccer. Oregon Public Broadcasting. Hell yeah, sign off. I spent a minute on OPB back in the day watching Bill Nye and Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? Oh, those are the days. Oh man, Redding and Chico. I was talking last night about how my grandpa grew up in Chico, California. He worked for Bell Telephone for like forever. I think he was the guy that climbed the poles and fixed your phone lines and stuff like that. He was a badass. He was such a strong silent type, he kind of scared me, so I never really talked to him much. And he died when I was like 16, 17. Oh man, this is a banger. This is 85? Okay. But yeah, my grandpa he was an interesting sort, and he was a diehard Democrat. But he stopped voting, I want to say, in like the 70s. Stopped trusting those crooked politicians. And, you know, when I was a younger kid, I was kind of a Republican. And in all fairness, my parents were too. My parents. So I had a fairly positive opinion of Ronald Reagan. And of course, my parents did too. But of course, when this particular incident came around, my mom totally acted like she wasn't like that. So I'm sitting here, my grandma, and my grandpa would chug down like 6 beers a day. And when my grandpa would get a few beers in him, that's when he would start becoming more chatty. And so I made some comment like, yeah, I thought Ronald Reagan was a pretty good president. Of course, I'm a teenager and I don't know shit about Ronald Reagan. My grandpa turns to me, leans in a little bit, puts his elbow, digs it into the seat rest next to me, and he goes, Ronald Reagan was one of the worst goddamn presidents we ever had. And I was like, okay, Grandpa. He'd like barely ever spoken to me, and then he just leaned in and laid that little shot in on me, and I was like, oh, okay. And we're back to color bars. But yeah, because he was such a strong silent type, he knew that when we came and visited them, I like to sit in the living room and watch movies. So he always made sure to have like a new VCR there ready for me. They had a VCR and a TV and all that stuff set up in the living room where they never spent time. That was not there for them. Oh, are you all excited for the new Spider-Man movie that's going to absolutely wipe me out next week? This guy's channel is actually called Sign Off Sky. So I'm guessing his channel is mostly just this stuff. Nuclear arms freeze. I just want to keep this Sign Off Sky up as a possible thing to look at. Aside from where I am. Okay, I'm not here to listen to you talk about your arms thing. Okay, so this is Los Angeles, September 82. America, you seem like a pretty cool place. Actually, it looks like this playlist has a bunch of videos from this. So anything that this sign off Sky posted was probably in this playlist. Amen. What's up, bird? God shed his grace on thee. Good night, LA. Man. Klamath Fall. We got a Klamath Falls one. Hell yeah, brother. Southern Oregon represent. Is this the actual sign off? Oh man, listen to that soft jazz. Yeah, see, this is the kind of stuff I learned how to edit with and use.
Operated by California Oregon Broadcasting Incorporated and broadcast from its studios at 222 South 7th Street in Klamath Falls, Oregon. KOTI's main transmitter, located atop 6,500-foot Schuylkill Mountain, 11 miles southeast of Klamath Falls, operates with 35,500 watts of effective radiated visual power. Thank you for watching.
Hell yeah. Bye. This is nice. That was a cool little piece of Klamath Falls area history right there. I appreciate it. And scratches. Yeah, and this is later 90s. That ain't gonna do nothing for me. Sacramento, 1980. What you got for me?
38 megahertz with an effective radiated power of 500.
It's awesome. I didn't turn you on for the history lesson. Ooh, hello. That's some good music. Pause, huh? Where am I in this? Alabama Public Television. Okay. This is where I'm at. Wow, this is a Alabama Public Television. You need a new transmitter. Can't see shit. Like, look at this. It's probably just an old bad copy. But I'm just like, Alabama, get your shit together. Literally. How can I join you again tomorrow if I can't even see anything on your station, bruh? Bruh. Well, I guess that's it. So, it's the end. So there's sign off. It says sign off and sign on, so I guess it fades from one into the other. So there's not going to really be anything after the sign off. So that's not useful. Johnson City, Tennessee. Their CBS affiliate. This is CBS. Oh man, that's rough. Y'all can't be killing your husbands out there. You're gonna get busted. A brief eyewitness. Johnson City. There's a Johnson City in Portland, or in Oregon too, down by Milwaukee. And it's pretty much just it's pretty much just like a big trailer park for the most part, but it's its own city. The home of the brave. Well, this live stream has officially hit the same length of my previous one. So, another 4 hours of dedication. Looks like nothing's gonna happen with this one, though. Okay. Wally Woofer's Wacky Weekend.
The following is a rebroadcast of Action News at 10 with
Just in your action news. Hi ho, hi ho. A lot of stuff going on here. Community calendar. Any substance before that? Any? No, blast.
Central Southwest. A dinner theater performance of Gilbert and Sullivan's The Mikado will be presented.
Well, awesome.
Methodist Church, 4th and Lead Southwest. March 10th, dinner and show at 6:30 p.m.
Ooh,
Tickets are
dinner and
$6.
show.
There is a just a show only on
Dinner and
Wednesday,
a show?
7 p.m. The tickets are $3. More information, call 243-5646.
Will do.
Santa Fe Jazz
I think
Band
I'm a little
opens
bit late,
in New Mexico.
but... And it just keeps going. Did he stumble on those lines?
Regular programming. This is Bill Harris speaking for all of us here at KOAT-TV. We wish you a very good night.
He was like, speaking for all of us at some TV, we wish you. He kind of like stumbled. Oh, okay, we got our preacher man at the end of the video. Ah.
This is KORU-TV in Austin.
In Austin. Welcome to Austin.
This is KLRU Channel 18 and microwave station WDT 983 in Austin, Texas.
All right.
KLRU is owned and operated by the Capital of Texas Public Telecommunications Council, with studios and
Well, it sounds like a very important organization.
2504 feet Whitus Avenue. Our transmitter is located at the trail of the
I
Madrone.
don't give a shit where your transmitter is.
Good night.
Yeah, good night, nurse. Oh, that was kind of classy. The star transition. Oh, this is 1996. Why am I wasting my effing time? Wait for a memory update. Now that we're off the air, we gotta improve our memories. I'll show you how to improve your memories. This is, okay, so this is like a sign in. It's only like less than 10 seconds, so. Somebody getting honked at out there. 94. Yeah, it's a little too early. Or no, too late. Oh man, listen to that jam. I saw this picture, I thought, is that Winona Ryder? Oh man. Look at these bad bitches. Viola B. Gentili. Hell yeah, some of that juicy local television. What is this? Oh, it doesn't say. But it screams end of the 80s, early 90s. This setup and the quality. I'm basing that against stuff I saw in Portland as a kid. Well, that's a little conceited of you to say. How do you know? Ooh, sports action. I love it. Oh, yeah, no, my girlfriend loves watching To Catch a Predator too. I remember there was one episode where the guy came in and like I want to say Chris Hansen like gave him a cookie, and then when he confronted him about why he was there, the guy was just like, you know what? I don't want this cookie anymore. And they always show up with like beer and stuff, and they're like, no, I was just gonna hang out and have some beer. And it's like hang out in a house like this guy's like 40 years old. And it's like you're gonna hang out alone in a house with like a 13-year-old kid. Yeah, I wasn't gonna do anything. I was gonna or the ones that always say like, oh, I was just making sure they were safe. I was gonna come over and let them know like, hey, you shouldn't be doing what you're doing because creepy guys might do something. I'm like, oh, so you were gonna do the opposite of what it is abundantly clear you're about to do. That guy looked familiar to me. I don't know why. Quit restarting. Oh, is this like a most wanted list? Ah, crime fighters. Not quite a missing person story, but it's interesting. I saw that and I thought it was what's her name? Kate something. I can't remember. Sports, lottery, weather. You gotta have that AccuWeather forecast. Oprah Winfrey? I'm guessing. Perspective. NCI. HW. National Captioning Institute. NCI. I remember that for some reason. NCI. Where's the sign off? Is it here at the tail end? Looks like it. Channel 6, Philadelphia. Maximum permitted radiated power. That's still frightening to hear. Ooh, the Delaware Valley. Oh, another perspective episode. Cracking open a tea. Just for me. Good day. On YouTube, you can barely freaking make anything out. WVVA. Bluefield, West Virginia. 89. All right, so I've gotten through 126 of these. Broadcasting in stereo. How advanced of you. It's a 98. This is scary. I'm scared. This scares me. Summer of 89. Carolina in my mind. I was wondering why they were saying that James Taylor does backing. I guess this is Charlotte, North Carolina, so they would have him talking about Carolina. Think that P.O. box is still active? It's just James Taylor by himself. And then there was no one. Just me. An inspiration film. Wait, so this is from 1981. Look at Oprah Winfrey. Youthful. This is like start of the 80s. That's kind of cool. This is pre-color purple Oprah. And the home. And it's off to work we go. Oh, hell yeah.
WJPR and WTFP Fox 2127 are owned and operated by the Roanoke Lynchburg TV.
Yeah, it's 93. Might pop up. I don't know if there was anything on there. $12.40. I don't know what that means. Oh, and this is Europe. Wait, why are they... If this is a Europe station, why are they ending by playing the Star Spangled Banner? Maybe it's like it's an American channel that references stuff in Europe or is based out of Europe. They want us to know about Europe. They want Europe to be in our heads. I don't know. It all just don't make... Sorry, I'm just trying to keep this thing... Brave. It's the same. Doesn't look like there's gonna be anything at the end. Ooh, an ad. A Colgate ad of all things. Paint them teeth. Wow, that's obnoxious. Oh, this is an on TV thing. Nope, we lost you. Worcester, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts TV. Waterbury, Hartford, New Haven.
Channel 20 WTXX. Waterbury, Hartford, New Haven.
Holy crap, what the hell was that? Super Friends. What the hell? Everything keeps getting cut off. Okay, I'm very lost. the? We're just back to color bars. I was gonna say I didn't recognize any of those shows. They all looked kind of like knockoffs. Oh yeah, gotta get that. Um, I think this is like a compilation of things. That's why it's so all over the place. MASH. What are these guys doing? Oh man, Brad Garrett doing an impression of Rodney Dangerfield. So is that like a particularly an um impersonation show? Hell yeah, Fox 64, go get it. Oh man, Betty White. Hell yeah, tell me about it. Oh, they cut her off. 95. Nah. There's no year, but I can tell this is not that old. Just by the everything about it. 9. That is too much. You are too much, fella. I like science. Yeah, ain't gonna happen, kid. I'm here to tell you it ain't gonna happen. Here to, Steve the Amateur Historian, I'm here to crush dreams.
This concludes the analog transmission of KABB TV, channel 29 in San Antonio. The studios and offices of KABB.
So yeah, so this is a lot of these channels officially going off the analog. Yeah, it looks like there might be a string of like these 2009 videos going off of analog. Hello? Acadiana. Watch what we're doing now. Yeah, so I'm guessing this was like the end of their analog days. See you in digital.
As of 12:01 p.m. today, KLJB TV Fox 18 will cease operation with analog transmitter. KLJB.
Yeah, so this looks like there's a mix of these. Hey, Simpsons. And then they were like, bye, Simpsons. Another analog sign off. I don't know. There could be like 50 of these in a row. Oh, an ad. Well played. I don't have an annual fee on my card, so I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Discover. Yeah, this is another diet. Yeah, it's another Another analog sign off. Goodbye, bitches. Ah.
This is WSRE television. Yeah. Wildlife.
Bye. I mean, the whole analog, going out in 2009 is like, it's an interesting piece of history, but it just don't pertain to my situation. And there's so many of these videos in a row. Mm-hmm.
Just sitting there. Show it up. Yeah, show it up. TV show.
God damn it. Boop. God damn it. It's just gonna keep going on. We'll get there. At some point, we're gonna get to the other side. And again, the reason I'm not like going back to the list and just skipping past those to click on a new one is literally if I back out of this, it's gonna go to the start of the list, which means I'm gonna have to fast forward through like almost 500 videos. Oh, we actually haven't. Okay, we're back where we started. I didn't see nothing. There's those color bars. We've been waiting for you. No dice. I ain't looking for no sign-ons, fella. Ooh, that koala was something. It was something else.
Channel 2.
Another sign-on.
The broadcasters.
Oh, old movie. Okay, 1987 sign-off.
Scenes from next week's movie.
What's next week's movie gonna be? Is this next week's movie? Sabrina. Speaking of, Audrey Hepburn, there she is again. Alright, little piano, classy. What is this, the opening to MASH? And there's Davy Crockett again. Color bars showed up and vanished just as quickly as they came.
You have been viewing WSBK-TV in Boston. WSBK-TV is owned and operated by Metropolitan Television Incorporated, a wholly owned.
Aim high, America? Yeah. I saw that coming. Just lie out of it. Is that all you got from me? Well, then you threw that static in my face. I guess I respect that. Greetings, ma'am. An old sign off. Yeah, it's a little early. Well, some of that static carries on, but okay, so probably mid-80s. Okay. By the Stanford University. Photographed by the Sierra Club. How quaint. Living in America. Autumn 1988, huh? Yeah, there's nothing there. Okay, it's 462. Okay, so I'm at. This is video 162 that I've done so far today. Lynchburg, Roanoke. Something will start to happen there. Raleigh, North Carolina, 1988. Still going. Sorry, what was that? Oh, I am current. Oh, god damn Confederate flag again. It's the fourth time that one snuck up on me. I'm watching a bunch of old TV sign-offs. I'm trying to kind of focus in the 80s in relation to this Joanna Lopez internet mystery that's been going on. This mystery girl that showed up after a TV station signed off in 1989, and people on YouTube have commented and said that they've recognized or they remember seeing lots of those as children. So I'm going through this big freaking playlist of all these old sign-offs and trying to keep it focused in the 80s around when that happened to see if I could find any like missing persons banners that pop up at or near the end of the broadcast day. And I found one earlier. There was like a brief interjection about a boy that had been missing that was reported on a Seattle station right before they went off the air. So I kind of got something. It's not quite the same, but there was correlations. There was correlations, I'll tell you that much. More Roanoke. This is a arduous journey, but had mild success so far. Oh man, they just the moment he finished his sentence, they were like, shut this shit down. We are out. Petersburg. It's just not St. Petersburg? Wait, haven't I seen this one already? I don't know. All I know is I've heard the Star Spangled Banner like 500 times in the last, 20 hours? Aim high, America. I already know what's coming. Yeah, I think that's like the 20th time I've seen that Aim High America one. Nothing of substance. Yeah, so actually, no, the sign-offs guy has a lot of stuff, because all these ones that have this at the start are him as well. So yeah, sign-offs guy, kudos to you, Mr. YouTuber. You have a lot of the stuff that I'm looking through. Okay, what is this? 1989. Okay, we're right in that wheelhouse.
Here's a transmitter link. KNC 98. 615 North Front Street, Wilmington, North Carolina.
Oh man, wobbling a little bit there. Like, way, Wilm. And then they were gone. The F is this? He-Man. Headline news. Or not. Wait, what?
Wait a minute, what's going on here? Where is everybody? There's nobody on the set. I'm a director around here.
The
Nobody tells me
what?
anything. Steve, we aren't doing any lunch breaks for talking. No lunch breaks, no reading phones, no...
The fuck did I just walk into? Scranton. Wait, what? Oh my god, this is all over the damn. Wait, what? Okay, this has, okay, so it's just a mix of things, but it includes like elements of sign-offs.
Come on down to the Price is Right, divided 7 on...
Hell yeah. Okay, so this is another thing where it's like a mix of things. The hell is that? Is that a UFO? Godzilla. What the hell? Okay, I'm out. Garden City. Alright, so I'm at 170 of these. I don't know how many more I got left in me. I think all this blipping and flashing is starting to give me a headache. I don't care. I care about what comes after all this garbage. Nothing. So September 23. This is sign on. We are not about that life. Another sign on. I don't want the sign-ons, I want the sign-offs.
From Channel 8, call the Red Cross or your local health department.
That got dark.
Raise the frequencies.
Ah.
There are exclusive sporting events. Kilowatts oral, as authorized by the Federal Communications Commission.
So that's about it for this one. Nothing flashy. Nothing too flashy, at least. Another sign on. Well, good for you. Yeah, so it's more like a still image with some audio. It's not gonna help me. 1984. What kind of sketchy ass sign off is this?
This is the end of WCQR's broadcast day. WCQR operates under the sign Channel 50 frequency by authorization of the Federal Communications Commission in Washington, D.C. WCQR radiates an effective power of 2.45 million watts from a 509-foot tower in Ninth and Peabody.
Mm-hmm. Cut that guy off nice and quick.
Channel 10, Albany, New York, and WCDC, Channel 19, Adams, Massachusetts, for the day. WGEN and WCDC are owned and operated by Knight Ridder Broadcasting Company, Incorporated, with transmitters located in Helderberg Township in Albany County, New York, and on
Where's your video?
and UHF Channel 19.
Okay. I can't make out it. Yeah. If there ain't no visual, you ain't very useful to me.
We utilize KBG-23 via film and videotaping. WJF-TV would appreciate any comments you might have.
Yeah.
TV, 330 Market Street, Philadelphia.
Trenton, New Jersey. Yeah, there's nothing besides the little barely legible logo. Yeah, so a lot of these are coming from a YouTube channel, Stivations, I'm guessing is what it's called. So they're like little blips here and there, but they're not really. There's nothing really beyond that. California OPB. Yeah, we're not getting anything past like the actual end of the broadcast day, and of course, that's the realm I'm interested in looking through. Ooh, A Night in Casablanca. I like. Is that all you got for me? You scum. No dice.
This is station WADC. TV operates on Channel 7 by authority of the Federal Communications Commission. Now speaking to the entire staff, this is Wally Parker wishing you a pleasant good night. Inviting you to join us this morning at 6:25 for more outstanding entertainment on Channel 7. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
Outstanding entertainment. Not just good entertainment, but outstanding. You are setting yourself a lofty precedent to live up to.
With the permission of Viacom Broadcasting Incorporated.
Viacom? It's Viacom. You degenerate.
Miller, weeknights at 6:30 on 22.
Excuse me. God, they ain't got no video, man.
Communications Commission. Our transmitter is located atop Blue Mountain.
Yeah, I know it's located atop Blue Mountain. I've seen you here before. But every time I have to tell you to get the F out.
Oh, Channel 29, WBIR TV.
Jeepers.
Programming later. No, he's responsible for what, Jack?
Yeah.
Bidding you a pleasant good night. WHAG-TV is an affiliate of National Broadcasting Company.
Oh man, it's out. I got some scratchy ones in here recently, but you know, they still got their elements of history.
Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
Nope. Yeah, these ones aren't even making it to the national anthem part.
Good night.
Bye.
To Locust Lane.
Yeah, so these ones from the Stivations channel are, I mean, they're cutting off before. Oh well, now I'm not with them. You know, say they're cutting off before we even get to the national anthem. So I wasn't gonna get much out of those. Bars, Boston, Massachusetts.
Sunday at 5 on Fox.
Colombo. Overnight Engineering, 1985. What does that mean? I'm just curious.
This is WBC, TV4 Boston.
Well, okay. Ah. How many shades of green are there? Oh, shit. Yeah, they are doing some weird testing. We apologize if the image gets out of effing control, but we have tests to do. That's cool and all. Apex Legends. Another ad. But again, you see they're not that common with these videos. Early AM clips. So I'm guessing this is more of a, either like a middle of the night interruption or more of a kind of getting ready to start the day. Satcom, transponder, A&E. A&E, you ain't gonna help me. You ain't gonna give me what I need. Oh, good morning. You sound great. Nothing individual transmission stuff. This is a sign on, so it's no good to me. Another bullshit sign on. I should have known. Yeah, there might be a string of these to cut through. Yep. I mean, this playlist is sign-ons and... Whoa, hello. It is sign-ons and sign-offs. It's just, fortunately, mostly been sign-offs thus far. Which is what I'm looking for, specifically. WGBH Boston. Oh, and this is... I said, oh man, this one's old. Not that I don't like that. So it don't really apply to my situation. Hello? Oh, it's the end of the thing. Another sign on. Come on, man. It's like a cartoon program. I was like, superstars. Yeah. Sign on. Bastard. Ah, McDonald's. Hallelujah. Glad to see you're here. I'm not promoting Stellara. Or whatever it's called. Hey. Another one from 1970. Oh, God. PBS. Oh, yeah, the classic, the... Classic.
Our studios are located at 7 Bulletins Place in Boston, Scotland.
Just remember, aim high, America. Blast. It's always next year.
WBC-TV, Boston.
Okay.
Education Commission.
Ooh, kitty. Yeah, see, that looks a lot like the console TV we had when I was a kid. Just a big old unit. Miracle of Morgan's Creek. You don't say.
The Federal Communications Commission. Western Avenue, Boston. Major capital contributions to government. On behalf
Bye,
of the
son.
management of WGBH-TV, this is Tom Dunn saying goodnight.
Okay. Let's sign on. Ah. Nay. Yeah, I got a handful of these. No signal. Well, that's rough. God, here you pass these new ones. I gotta say though, I'm starting to doze off here, which is kind of crazy because I just slept like 9 hours. So I may have to wrap for the day pretty soon. I'm trying to play a little catch up. 94. It's still a little late. First several seconds missing. Yeah, it's just PBS. Ooh. How to do, birds? Oh man, they even sang the second verse.
WPD TV 15.
This one's so pixely, you could barely make out the aim high America. Yeah. And this is, yeah, it's a little bit later than I wanted. Yeah. Okay, yeah, and I just go straight to the bars. Okay, so I'm gonna do like 2 more, and then I'm gonna wrap, because I've been going for almost 5 hours, and I need one of those nice 20-minute naps I'm always talking about. This one's a little bit different. Hello? A little 13. Barely make anything out. Okay, so I was gonna stop with this one, but you know what? I'm almost to 5 hours. So once I hit exactly 5 hours, then I'll stop. So I'll just get a few more in here. Hey, hello. Yeah, I mean I'm yawning up a storm over here. Man, this is rough. That's a rough cut you got there. Wasn't it? Oh, sign on. Pff. Damn it. Well, I guess at least I'm blowing through a few more sign-ons that are no good for me. Should have known. Another sign-on. Just real pixely. Big jumbo pixels. Another sign-on. Clearing the riffraff out of the room. Bow, 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 bow. How about sign-ons? What good are you? Oh, hello. That sounded like a bop. Oh, got another sign-on. You're killing me, man. And now an ad. Now you're really killing me. Just results. Okay, we actually, but this is 2009. I finally get a fresh sign off, and it's too damn new. That is what it is, I guess. Okay, 1989. Oh my God, the Family Channel. Before ABC Family came in took it.
This is the Family Channel signing off the air. We'll be back in 1 hour after our regular weekly maintenance to provide outstanding family and
Oh, okay, so they only went off for an hour.
we welcome your comments and invite you to write. It's the Family Channel.
That's it, because Family Channel's like a cable channel, at least it was where I came from. So a lot of cable channels didn't really go off the air as often. Well, I guess again, they said they were only going off the air for an hour in this regard. So, okay, well, 2009. Again, no good for me. Sign off summer 1989. Oh yeah, I've seen, probably wasn't the same clip, but I've seen this after thing. Bluefield, West Virginia. I knew ye well. LA, 1984. High Point, North Carolina, 1988. You don't say. And the home of the brave. And I'm so tired now. I want to be real pissed if all of a sudden I actually get a missing persons one and I'm too tired to be like really invested in it. But, wait, what? Oh, was that at the start? Oh, okay. Well, we know when this commercial was done, and it was recently. The hell? Color patterns all over the place. And Friends. There's a little snippet of Friends there at the end for you. The hell? Oh, okay. End of analog. Or is end of analog crap? Bye, David. Next Seinfeld. I can tell this is the 90s. All right, I hit 5 hours. Whoa, whoa, way. Just want to know where I'm at. Wilmington, 95. Skip. Late 90s. Okay. And then okay, so I'm gonna wrap it. So I made it through 500. So I'm at 551. So 251 when all is said and done. Oh, God, it's gonna take forever for me to get back to this spot on the list again. But there we are. Because this is how fast it moves. I have to get through 550 of these to get back to where I started. Lord Almighty, it's gonna be a rough one. It is what it is, though. All right, so those of you that stopped by, and I know there were many of you, thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out with me while I just went forever on this thing. As always, thank you so much for stopping by. If you haven't liked the video yet, give it a like, even though it's a live stream. You know, I don't know. I'm exhausted at this point. I don't even really know what I'm saying. Anyway, for those of you that stopped by, thanks. I appreciate it. And till next time, this has been Steve the Amateur Historian. And I'll probably get back to this thing at some point. I swear I'm going to get through this list.